Okay, Sandra, I'm gonna leave the meeting right now.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting on Zoom.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our February 22nd City Council meeting. For everyone watching at home, we are still doing our remote meetings, and we will be addressing that shortly. We're trying to stay as compliant with COVID restrictions as we can. With that said, I would like you to join with me in honoring our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Present.
Councilmember Adam,
Here.
Councilmember McNamee,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Here.
and Mayor Engler.
Here, thank you. And I believe we do have a special presentation tonight. City Manager Powers.
Thank you so much, Mayor Engler, for giving me an opportunity right at the outset to introduce the newest member of our city's executive team. It's my great pleasure tonight to introduce to the community, because I know the council has had an opportunity to meet her already, Jennifer Patterson. She's joining us as our new Library Services Director after a nationwide recruitment with a lot of talented folks. Jennifer came out on top in that process, and we're extremely excited that she's chosen to make a move all the way from the East Coast to join us. Jennifer has over a decade of library service experience in some very large organizations, most recently in the city of Greensboro, North Carolina, with 8 different locations where she held the position of deputy director. She's been with us a week now. She's been a fantastic addition, not just to the library services team, but to our overall executive team. And I'd like to take a minute to welcome her to our community, thank her for making the trek out west, much as I did about 20 years ago. So with that, I wanted to give Jennifer just a moment to offer a couple words to the community.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to join the city of Thousand Oaks, and I'm excited about the future of library services. Everyone has been so welcoming, and I'm very happy that I made that trek out west. Thank you.
And welcome from us on the dais, Jennifer. It's glad to have you on board. Looking forward to a very productive tenure here at the city. Thank you for coming out. With that said, before we get into our meeting tonight, I did want to make a couple of comments. Over the last, over a week and a half ago, we had 2 events that occurred in our town. And as these things tend to go, one was a happy event, but the other one was quite disturbing. The first was that nail-biter victory by our own home team, Rams. Winners of the Super Bowl. Congratulations to the Rams, and we take full credit for the small part we played in the victory as the in-season training facility at CLU. The second event was one that we can't be too proud of. A group espousing white supremacist views, not seen since the days of the Nazis, hung banners over the freeway at Borchard Road. It's of deep concern to me that they chose our town to hang banners, perhaps thinking that their views might be welcome here. These reprehensible views are not welcome anywhere, much less in the city we all love. Of even more concern is that some citizens may question whether they are welcome here, that the city they call home may not be the place for them anymore. A close friend of mine confided in me that for the first time ever, concern had crept into his heart. My training as a firefighter and my life's experience has taught me that when confronting When confronted by challenging times, one should examine the situation, gather the facts, and then take action. I've spent the last week listening to people. I've heard the message, and the people of Thousand Oaks reject this abhorrent view of the world as seen on the banners. We reject these white supremacist views. We are welcoming to all in Thousand Oaks, but not to those who arrive with destructive, violent, or hurtful provocateurs. As mayor, I repudiate the banners and everything they stand for. We will visit this more in a little bit, but for now, let's move on to public comments. We have quite a few comments, especially later on in the meeting, so we will be using our public comment time limits of probably, for the larger group, 2 minutes each. And we ask those who are joining to please follow decorum. Give us your opinion, tell us what you think, but then listen to what other people have to say and be polite and respectful to everyone. If there's outbursts or disruptions, I will have to call a recess until we can restore decorum. And with that, I will turn it over to the clerk for the reading of our public comment directions.
This is a time and place for public comments. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 4 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes.
Our first speaker tonight is Karen Martin. Karen, go ahead.
She's not on, so we'll go to the next speaker.
Very good. Our second speaker then for public comments, is Tim Toten, I believe, T-O-T-E-O-N. Go ahead, Tim.
The June 7 election is a chance for Ventura County and Thousand Oaks to break free from career politicians who have done nothing but work to keep their jobs and try to grow their power, not lift up the community. Under Claudia de la Pena's seemingly forever reign in local government in Thousand Oaks, our homeless problem has gotten worse, property crime is increasing, the city responded poorly to COVID by blindly following Ventura and Sacramento, and now Thousand Oaks is going to be built up by a vendor whose Canadian consultant called buildings and streets racist and single-family homes selfish. De La Pena seems to be obsessed with calling our beautiful, inclusive, naturally diverse, and accepting city racist, and in need of what she promises to deliver right after the election, even though she never alliterated it or solved it in her decades in office. Thousand Oaks, Ventura County, the Great Golden State, and the glorious United States of America, the only remaining land of the free, is not racist. But the politicians who beat the drum around election time sure are. They think you're stupid and an emotional voter who will be triggered and stop thinking rationally. I think you're smarter than that. On June 7, prove to Claudia de la Pena, Linda Parks, and all the other true proponents of racism that you see past their smoke and mirrors race baiting and vote in fresh faces with fresh ideas on how to uplift the community.
Thank you, sir. And just a reminder to everyone, try to address the council as a whole so that we can all benefit from that. Mr. Clint Fultz, please, you're up.
My name is Clint Fultz, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I'd like to start off with a quote from Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I'd like to commend Dawn and her article and Kyle for the Acorn headline that called the white supremacists on the overpass neo-Nazis, because they are neo-Nazis. Neo meaning new and Nazis meaning, well, you know who the Nazis are. The Nazis went after not only the Jews, but black folk, the LGBTQ community, the physically and mentally disabled, social democrats, dissenting clergy, artists, gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, and the list goes on. Ultimately, no one is truly safe from this hateful ideology. Perhaps if the resolution put forth last year by 805 Resistance had been adopted and a stance against hate crimes been taken, maybe the neo-Nazis wouldn't have felt as welcome here as they did. Regarding tonight's resolution, I'll leave you with this quote from Ibram X. Kendi. It doesn't matter what you intend. It doesn't matter what you feel. All that matters is the outcomes. If a given policy or action reduces racial inequality, it is an anti-racist action. If it increases it, it is racist. If you support policies that reduce racial inequality, you are being anti-racist. If you don't, you are being racist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foltz. Our next speaker up is James Scott. Mr. Scott.
James Scott. I was fortunate enough today to spend time speaking with the city manager in regards to City of Thousand Oaks plan for potentially providing some type of solution for the 23 encampment. I debated whether or not to come to the council tonight with my update after spending my afternoon researching our discussion, but I do feel it's imperative at this time. At this time, based on what I'm led to believe might be the action plan, in comparing the city's reactions to other cities, there are a few areas of concern that I'm not seeing being addressed. One of which that powers are given to the city to remove the encampments in the case of critical infrastructure. I've provided that late in the day, so it hasn't been decided upon. But it's critical enough to understand that the catch basin next to the 23 owned by the watershed district is there for a reason. City Council wrote code 4-7 in municipal to address the issue specifically. So with that being said, my request for consideration is that the city look at its plan and find a solution to removing those individuals from a clearly marked facility which states no trespassing and further holds critical infrastructure. I did have another discussion earlier in the day whereby we referenced Martin versus Boys, of which the dissent of the court was not in regards to an ability for others to trespass, create criminal trespass in the means of dumping trash existing under non-sewered conditions. The ruling simply stated that an individual could not be stopped from living their bodily function life. We're talking about two separate things here. And so Martin versus Boys specifically goes after the 8th Amendment. Cruel and unusual is allowing people to live in a field without sewage. So I would ask the city council to consider, as they had previously considered, moving these individuals to a supervised area with support services that will allow them to potentially migrate to a better solution than continually living in an open air infrastructure. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I believe that's our last speaker for public comments.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments on our public speakers?
Mr. Mayor, the only follow-up is in regards to our last speaker regarding homelessness. We'll continue to dialogue. Assistant City Manager Ingrid Hardy and Police Chief Jeremy Paris had conversations today. As I think the council knows, we continue to work very closely with Caltrans and would like to see further action on their part as we continue to move forward, and we'll continue to work to address those concerns. That's all.
Thank you, sir. And I think now we're moving on to item 7, which is our consent calendar. We would appreciate to know if anybody wants to pull any items or if there's any special treatment we need to do for this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. I think
Yeah,
I hear.
I'd like a little more information about item D.
So you'd like to pull item D, David?
Item D, as in dog, yes.
Very good. Item D pulled by one of my colleagues here, and then Mr. McNamee.
I'd like to pull E as well as G.
E and G. Very good. Do I have a motion to pass the balance of the consent calendar?
Mr.
So
Mayor,
moved.
I move to approve.
Oh, thank you, Madam Villalpena. Madam Clerk, we have a motion?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Mr.
Yes,
Jones,
Mr.
on
Mayor,
D.
thank you. I appreciate your pulling this matter. I'd like to just have a little more information, if I may. I'm very much in favor of creating affordable housing at the corner of Herbs and Hillcrest, excuse me. And I'd just like to know a little bit more about the mechanics of how we're doing this, and we're going to align with some nonprofit or some company that is has experience in this sort of thing. And I just wonder, without belaboring it, if someone would explain me simply the mechanics of what we're going to be doing.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to have Gary, Deputy City Manager Gary Rogers, speak specifics to the issue. The item before you is a consultant contract for the consultant that's an expert in these types of affordable housing projects. And this is a first of its kind project for the city of Thousand Oaks. Many folks will know that we've done affordable housing in a variety of capacities through the years, but most of it in partnership with other local entities. This is the first time the city is bringing land to bear into the marketplace to seek interested parties to build a for sale affordable housing development. And so this is a consultant that specializes in that. I'm going to have Gary speak to the specifics. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, Councilmember Jones, and council. This is a highly complex real estate transaction. There are some significant financial and legal considerations that we need to fully consider and investigate. The retention of RSG as proposed in the staff report will bring to us a well-experienced partner who's been actively involved in affordable housing throughout the state. They understand and have worked through some of the challenges, such as the Surplus Lands Act and the use of former redevelopment agency funds for this housing project. Part of the project was funded from those funds, so we have to be very thoughtful and considerate of the ever-changing landscape at the state level, of how those funds are used to make sure that we're in compliance. Additionally, we really want to make sure that we're doing a full analysis regarding the financials on the front end. That'll help prepare the request for proposal. It's essential that we know up front if there are any financial gaps associated with the project we bring forward. RSG has a great deal of experience with that in conducting the pro formas, and they will be helpful as well in putting the RFP together, presenting that to the council for your consideration, hopefully approval. When we receive responses from the RFP, RSG will be conducting very detailed analysis, financial analysis of the proposals. Again, looking at the pro formas and the backgrounds on each of the proposers. We will be analyzing that and, based on a set of pre-identified criteria, bringing back to the council a recommendation for award for the council to move forward with the developer. Lastly, the intent is that RSG, on an as-needed basis, will assist us in the development agreement with the winner, if you will, of the RFP. Again, bringing to bear their extensive experience in making sure that we have a project that has hopefully a greater likelihood of success for the council and for the community. I hope that gives you a broader
Well,
perspective.
may I break in a moment. What do we do? Yeah, Gary, may I break in a moment?
Yeah, you
What-
broke up.
What exactly is this party going to be doing? I mean, do they then contract with a builder who builds this? And do we have some way of ensuring the fact that this is made at the most affordable level that we can achieve?
Well, that would be a separate part of the contract, but they'll be doing, part of their investigation will be including looking at the proposals that come forward and the various elements and assumptions that those developers are using to, for their project. And they're testing those assumptions to ensure that they're accurate and helping us to identify the proposer who brings forward really the most sound project.
Is there some way to determine the percent of the land, the ownership of the land in the finished product? In other words, since we own the land, and we paid, $10 million for it, how much less will that make the finished product, do you believe, than if the developer had to go out and buy the land?
Well, the short answer is there's many variables that are going to come into how the project moves forward. So to pull that single item out doesn't really capture the full breadth of activities or events that we're going to have to take into consideration.
Well, Gary, I don't mean to be overbearing here.
Sure.
It would seem to me that such a big item as the land we would have some idea of what percent that would normally be of the finished product, wouldn't we? Doesn't it develop?
Mayor Pro Tem, maybe I'll jump in really quickly. So clearly, land costs are the single biggest driver in determining our how much it costs to build a site. So the city's contribution to this, the $10 million associated with the land cost, will be underwritten into the project. What I think Gary is referencing is that the exact way that someone intends to build a project remains to be seen. We're going to receive proposals that run the gamut, that are going to be from townhomes to stacked flats to different types of concepts. And so for us, we're seeking to get the most affordable on the site at a variable that provides the most opportunity for access for residents. And so that means we're going to likely receive proposals from nonprofits, from groups like Habitat for Humanity, from for-profit developers that have an affordable housing arm, and all of them have different mechanisms that they bring to bear, different types of construction costs, different types of approaches to the project. And reviewing those proposals and the associated pro forma will give us that information to make a recommendation to council is to help to get the biggest bang for the buck in this investment.
Yeah, well, I won't belabor this, but it just seemed to me that is a very significant contribution that we're making. If a developer were to have bought that corner and then produced townhouses, it would seem to me that he would have to charge much, much more. And I was just trying to get a feeling for what percentage, of that cost, if he had bought the land, could we deduct because of the fact we bought it. So my ultimate goal is to try to have as much affordable housing as we can manufacture here. Thank you.
For sure. And we actually intend to bring, after the council acts tonight, assuming you approve the consultant contract, we're going to bring the consultant to the council for an item to have a conversation before releasing the RFP. And that would be a great question to pose to her based on her other experience in other jurisdictions, exactly how much we could see that potentially influencing the project. So we're going to have her come in late March or early April to have that dialogue. So it'll be a great chance to get that answer.
Thank you very much. I would look forward to that. Thank you.
And Mr. McNamee, I see your hand up. Is that for your items, or did you want to comment on Mr. Jones's item?
I wanted to comment on 7D. Questions for Mr. Powers and Mr. Rogers.
Hold on one second. Let's clear off the Mr. Jones's item, then we'll come right back to you.
That's the one he's speaking to.
I'm speaking to 7D, which.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Affordable Housing.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Good enough. I wanted to address the question to Mr. Powers and Mr. Rogers on this. I want to get a flavor of the timing, because something as an opportunity this council may want to take advantage of is, since we had purchased this property on Hillcrest and Herbs, is that the YMCA has closed. And I was thinking, would this not be a good synergy to occur, that we repurpose some of the buildings or encourage the YMCA to make that a part of their home there, with other affordable housing there. So that way the people who live there can use the YMCA, but we also, in that location, it's centrally located in Thousand Oaks, apartments across the street, apartments down on Los Feliz, single-family residents north of there. There's 3 schools locally that could benefit from the YMCA. I'm just wondering if this may be something that council could look at as accentuate and augment what we had originally planned, given this opportunity here with YMCA, assuming YMCA is open to the idea. Is that something that we can have and talk with the consultant before it goes out for the RFP?
Councilmember McNamee, so our intent, as I mentioned, is to bring our consultant to the council to have one final check-in prior to issuance of the RFP. So the council gave some initial direction back in August when the property was, when we initiated the purchase and sale. Subsequently, that purchase and sale has been completed in November, and so we'll be coming back to the council at that moment to both offer some consultant advice, but also to hear from the council before issuance of the RFP. Are there any components that weren't contemplated in August that you want to contemplate? Any makeup of the site, because once the RFP is issued, that is kind of the ground rules for who's going to be proposing. And so we want to ensure that we're in full agreement on the part of the council as to how we move forward.
Thank you. Again, I think it would be a great synergy to even look at that as a possibility, as you say, because of the strings attached to the property, because of the monies that went in to purchase it. This may not even be an option, but I think it's worth looking at if council wants to explore that as a possibility, because I think there's tremendous synergy by having the affordable housing there with the YMCA at the same location, whether it be tutoring for after school or the athletic activities or childcare, whatever the YMCA wants to provide. Besides, it's centrally located for many of our residents could take advantage of the amenities of the YMCA right there. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Any other questions from my colleagues? Then, Mr. Jones, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll move that we approve item D as in dog. And I'd also like to say I'm very much in favor, and I'm sure Councilwoman De La Pena is as well, of item G, having a new bridge and a new way to get into the Wildwood Park, because on Costco we've had a lot of people complaining about the huge amount of traffic that they get up the west end of Arvillus in the present parking lot to get to the park. So I think this is a great alternative. So I wholeheartedly would like to recommend that. And I know we've approved it already, but I would move item D. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler.
And that would be a yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Mr. McNamee, you had another item you pulled there, E, and was E and F?
Yes, as I drive around the various cities around the Southland, I appreciate the effort that we put into taking care of our roads and fixing potholes and keeping the roads in shape. It's a very, very nice feature of our city, and we do a good job managing it. However, I cannot be part of this vote because apparently my neighborhood is designated for part of the slurry and repair. So I'm going to have to recuse myself. My question for you, Mayor Engler, is as I bow out here virtually, How do I know to come back in?
Mayor, Councilmember McNamee can just remain on since it is a consent item.
Right. I was going to say, you don't need to go anywhere. We'll give you the high sign when we're back to it.
Very good.
So I think there's just a recusal on that. So why don't we have a vote on that item?
Move to approve?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
McNamee is recused. Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Bob Engler.
Yes.
And Mayor, that motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember McNamee recusing.
Very good. And Councilman McNamee, did you also pull letter F?
No, it was G.
G, sorry. Go
A lot
ahead.
of letters here. I understand. Yes, I just wanted to comment about the neighborhood there at Wildwood Park. The neighborhood is quite large, but within the first 2 blocks of the virtual parking lot that is there. The parking lot there can get up to 1,000 cars on any weekend, and people are lining up during the week also at 5:30 in the morning waiting for that gate to open for them to park and enjoy the hiking trails. Difficult very much for the residents that live there and their quality of life. Everything from the dust that's kicked up from the cars going in and out of the parking lot to doing donuts there, barbecues happening there, people leaving trash and used baby diapers in the gutters. So they've been greatly impacted. I've worked with them quite a bit about a year ago on this. And the only solutions that I'm seeing arise is the completion of the bridge at the Hill Canyon location to allow for another place for cars to park. And at that point which it's in is completed, then we'll be able to address the issue for Wildwood residents off of Avenue de los Orbeles. And as Councilmember Jones and Bill De Pena have been dealing with this, this gives an option to actually find a creative solution for them to divert some of the parking that's been taking place in their neighborhoods. I do have a question. I guess it would be for project manager or maybe Mr. Finley. When is this project supposed to begin and when does it actually end?
So this project will be going to Planning Commission next month, hopefully, and design will be completed in April of this year. We anticipate bidding over the summer of this summer, and construction will start in the fall of next year. And we anticipate it to be completed by the fall of 2023. It's about 1 year for construction. So that's, I think, the answer to your question.
As I've done a lot of background discussion with you, why is it taking so long for the state to approve this bridge?
So it has taken a while due to a substantial environmental review with Fish and Wildlife. They have finally issued their permits. We've been at this for 3 or 4 years now, actually. So we're finally out of the creek, if you'll say, and we're ready to move forward. So.
Great. And is there certain times of the year in which you're able to build, or do we have to stop because of nesting of some birds?
Yeah, that's part of the reason for the long construction duration. Nesting season starts, I believe, at the beginning of February and ends late summer. So we'll miss that portion of the year.
And I'm very sorry that the residents there are having to wait so long, given the sloth of government. My thought is if everyone in Sacramento were to live next to that parking lot and experience what they're experiencing, it would have gotten through in a week. But because they don't experience the quality of life issues, it just moves along as the pace Sacramento allows. So thank you. I look forward to the completion of this project and addressing the issues of the residents there so they have better quality of life. Thank you. And I would like to move 7G, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0.
Very good. We're going on to our first public hearing for tonight. This is 8A, which is a adoption perhaps of objective design standards for our city. Our presenter tonight is Ian Holt, one of our senior planners, and Kari Finley and Kelvin Parker will also be available for comment and questions. Please go ahead, Mr. Holt.
I'll go ahead and open the hearing.
Sorry.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider Agenda Item 8A, Objective Design Standards, MCA 2020-70250. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 2 individuals have requested speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, each speaker will have 5 minutes.
Very good. Please go ahead, Mr. Holt.
Actually, I believe Planning Manager Kari Finley has some opening words.
Well, very good. Ms. Finley,
I can
thank you.
introduce this. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Engler and council members. As you're aware, there have been multiple state laws passed in the last few years that limit local agencies' abilities to regulate residential development. Several of these laws mandate that local agencies may only use objective design standards. In response, this agenda item involves zoning code amendments to include objective design standards for residential and mixed-use residential and commercial development proposals when we evaluate their applications. The city's current development application process relies on a set of guidelines and policies that use a lot of subjective discretion, which is not allowed by new state laws for certain residential projects. The proposed standards before you this evening provide more clarity in the form of clear and measurable rules to comply with state law, and that will streamline review of residential projects. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Kari. So, yeah, as Kari mentioned, before you tonight, you have a request to amend the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code, Chapter 4, Title 9, basically to add the objective design standards for residential development, primarily in response to the state housing legislation. It's a bit of a background. Back in 2018, SB 35 was legislation that brought forward a streamlined ministerial approval process for multi-unit and mixed-use housing projects. And that's introduced the term objective standards and helped define it. And in January 2020, SB 330, which was also changes to the Housing Accountability Act, further emphasized the need to include objective standards in the approval process, as well as also had provisions for permit streamlining requirements for qualifying residential projects. And then back in June 2020, the City Council approved a resolution basically initiating the request and authorizing staff to do an evaluation of the existing code as well as the guidelines and commence with preparing some drafts of objective standards. Staff presented those standards to the Planning Commission back in October in 2021. And that was received a tie vote on a motion to approve. So the primary purpose of objective standards is to set clear expectations for the approval of residential and mixed-use projects, and to avoid subjective interpretations of ambiguous standards or guidelines. Also to streamline the review process, so there's less back and forth between applicants and staff, and also respond to state law limiting the design review process and basically defining the decision-making process has to be based on objective standards. But the objective standards also help define the appearance and the function for new housing and how it fits within Thousand Oaks by applying uniform standards to all residential, including affordable housing. So what is an objective standard? Objective standard does not involve personal or subjective judgment by a public official, and is uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official before submittal of an application. So this is the definition per government code. But basically, it means it's a regulation that doesn't involve any judgment and relies on that measure to determine compliance. And generally, standards are defined with using the verbs such as shall or must, as opposed to should or may, which most of our guidelines use the should or may as recommendations towards development. Just as a quick overview before we get into the details, we're here to establish the objective design standards for residential development. They will be applicable to residential and mixed-use projects of new construction for 2 or more units. And we'll be also amending code sections that are subjective in terms of some key criteria that are applied to development, such as setting maximum building height for multifamily in the R3 and RPD zones, as well as also revising the building height definition so that there's a clear measurement methodology applied uniformly across the board. As part of staff's initial research and looking at this, we went to the existing design guidelines. And the municipal code establishes the design review procedure, yet it relies on adopted guidelines and policies. So on the surface in the code, since it's referenced in the code, it would imply that it is objective. However, the tools to apply that design review procedure are predominantly guidance recommendations. So currently, state law does not allow the decision-making to be based on any of these subjective guidelines. So the challenge was to create new objective standards and replace these ambiguous subjective guidelines. However, in staff's evaluation, converting all the language within the existing guidelines was not practical due to just the language that was contained therein. So we drafted objective standards that primarily responded to state law and provided some of the fundamental planning principles that can be applied to residential development. Ultimately, there will be a comprehensive code update to follow the general plan, basically to further refine the standards so that they align with the new land use designations, as well as the new zoning districts that would need to be created to align with the land use. As far as the existing code, staff did look through the municipal code, and there are a variety of places where the language rely on the discretion of the decision-making body in terms of the applicability of the zoning standards. And most of the regulations that are contained therein focus on single-family and townhome development. But in terms of establishing new objective standards, there was 2 areas that needed to be clarified such as building height and open space. Both of those were determined by the decision-making authority. And so we need to clarify those so that applicants know upfront what the requirements are. And just for example, some of the language that we came across in the code, such as like the commission may impose such additional conditions and requirements upon residential development as the commission finds are reasonable and necessary to carry out the purposes and requirements of the RPD zone. So that kind of leaves it very open-ended at the point of a decision, when a decision making is being made, that standards can be applied. So the proposed objective standards will ultimately benefit both the city and the applicant with the certainty and greater efficiency through the planning process. We will be introducing Article 22 of the Municipal Code. Currently, it's a placeholder from a previous section that was remitted. So the new objective standards for residential development would be contained in Article 22, as well as the procedures. Also, the objective standards address kind of fundamental site and building design terms. And in generating those, the staff looked at other municipality standards as guidance, and we looked at our existing guidelines to calibrate those standards to reflect the intent of the fundamental planning principles and the existing design guidelines of Thousand Oaks. So there are kind of, these are the main topic areas that are covered under objective standards. I can go into further detail, but you have an overall intent and purpose statement within the municipal code, an applicability section, how the code relates to any potential conflicts within the municipal code or other documents that act as zoning regulations, the procedure for review and approval, as well as any kind of modification process. It clarifies definitions, and it also talks about the relationship to other ordinances. And then you have the various objective design standard categories. Those categories are kind of broken down, and this is, we kind of approach this as a hierarchical approach, starting with street and pedestrian connectivity, automobile access, site development standards, then the building orientation and unit entries, parking location and configuration on a site, and then you get into the building types and design, where that approach is addressing the missing middle that we've heard as far as the need to provide that transitional housing in a multifamily format. Frontage types, how the building interacts with the public realm, the streets, and then standards in regards to building massing and articulation, facade transparency, window details, and then requirements for private and common open space in multifamily development, as well as a variety of other kind of accessory structures and other building elements, such as rooftop equipment. So the first criteria, as far as street and pedestrian connectivity and automobile access, it's really trying to promote internal connectivity within the project site, as well as external connectivity with other existing and planned streets. There are certain prohibitions on street designs that kind of either add to traffic issues or promote kind of exclusivity. So there is basically an intent to create streets that are accessible and are inclusive of parkways and sidewalks within the project. And these standards would apply to both public or private streets. Then, depending on the scale of the site, there are site development standards. And this is where if you have a site of a certain size, you would have to divide it up into multiple building sites so that it doesn't become one site with one large building. And that's where the term nominal lots comes into play. They are hypothetical lots for the purposes of designing a building type to meet open space criteria, parking requirements, and what have you. Then you have requirements for building orientation and unit entries, basically having them oriented towards the street, the unit access configurations in terms of the width of the entry area, the recess of the entry area, the covering, as well as balconies that are provided along the public frontages, as well as the common open space areas to provide that kind of interaction between the units and the spaces around them. Parking location and configuration, it's basically primarily, the primary intent is to kind of hide the parking from the public realm so that it would be located behind the building, or if it was located adjacent to the building, it would not project in front of the building. In some cases where there's a corner lot, there would be other limitations as far as how much of the street frontage could be, would be able to have exposed parking. Then we get into the building types and design. And I have other slides if there are any questions about the very particular building types. But primarily, the components of each building type have unit access orientation, open space, private and common requirements, and parking setbacks from the building frontage. But here is just kind of a illustrative example of kind of the range of building types that we have here. And if you see here, what we're focusing on is this transition between the detached single-family home on the left as we go into the kind of comparable in scale multifamily duplex, triplexes, courtyards, and the variety of other kind of multifamily buildings that transition into a little bit larger scale. What you have on the far right isn't necessarily representative of what is here in Thousand Oaks or what's being proposed, but it's just here as an illustrative purposes showing the transition from single family to a more urban type development. Then you have the frontage types that are applied to each building. And these will provide the various dimensional criteria for porches in terms of width, depth, height, covering, and whatnot, including how units have to be oriented towards those common areas if they're not immediately accessible from the street. Then there is building massing articulation, where there are numeric standards applied, such as buildings not to exceed 200 feet. And then there are a variety of treatments that need to be applied to these buildings in terms of the building base, what kind of materials, the depth of those materials, as well as the different architectural elements and roofline variation that would need to be required. Also, there's building wall offsets and vertical articulation depending on the length of the building facade. And at a minimum, there would be 2 materials used per facade, and they must not appear artificial in nature. Then you get into facade transparency, or basically limitation on blank walls. That's basically requiring a 20% all stories have fenestration, which are windows and door openings. There are certain exceptions for ground floor uses, such as those found in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, where 50% of the required ground floor area needs to be have openings, and that's typically because it's a storefront system and you need that amount of glazing. And the last criteria I'm going to cover in my presentation is the common open space for multifamily developments. And this is something that doesn't exist currently in the code, but basically we have calibrated based on the scale of the project. Projects of 100 units or more would require 3 different types of open space, one for general use, teenagers, and then younger children. And then there are various criteria as far as what should be located in each of those areas, mostly within the younger children realm. And then you have other requirements for projects of 25 units or more have at least 1 children's play area with an exemption for age-restricted developments. So to accompany these standards, there is a clarified process for how these projects would be reviewed. A residential development plan development permit would still be required unless the project is otherwise ministerial by state law. The community development director would have the approval authority for a development unless there's other requirements that require planning commission or city council review. And there are new specific development permit findings that remove some of the subjectivity. And also it enables the director to review and approve minor modifications to some of the criteria, up to 3. And then if there are more than 3, that would go to planning commission. But if there is one modification to some of the principal standards, such as parking location or building type, that would require planning commission review. And just for example, the findings have been clarified for, so modifications to these objective standards. You have three main findings. Basically, the modification, while not consistent with the specific provision of the code, is justified by its intent or design hardship and allows reasonable and conforming use that's consistent with the general plan goals and policies and the underlying zoning district. Finding number 2 would be a modification would result in development consistent with the scale and character of existing and allowable development in the vicinity under the same zoning. So that is clarifying so that in the event that you are looking at a project, you're looking at it under the context of the zoning of that particular property. And then the last modification finding would be the result is not detrimental to or that would adversely impact adjacent properties. So outside the introduction of Article 22 or the reintroduction of Article 22 and the objective standards, staff also looked at some of the existing zoning criteria, and we felt that there were 2 areas that needed clarification due to the lack of clarity. And here in front of you have the existing maximum building height for the R3 and RPD zone. And I've essentially underlined the section that allows basically discretion as far as what that maximum height may be. You know, the beginning statement says you must not exceed 25 feet, but it allows the increase in height as long as you start increasing the setback. However, it does not set a maximum that is determined by the, and then it also says the decision-making body can modify these additional setback standards when necessary to allow buildings that house lower income units as identified in the housing element. So here you have a provision that allows to increase the height with no maximum as long as you keep increasing the setback. And part of the issue with this is that a project design can be brought forward, you know, submitted to staff. Staff works with the applicant on a project, and if in the case it exceeds 25 feet, the applicant has no way of knowing whether they're going to get support or get approval until they're actually at that hearing. So that really kind of sets the stage for really not knowing what the outcome is on the onset. So staff also proposes a maximum building height of 35 feet for multifamily in R3 and RPD zones, which would basically line up with the intended density ranges for those zones. Now, there is also a caveat, an incentive for projects including 20% or more affordable housing units in the very low and low income categories are allowed to exceed the 35 feet up to 45 feet, as long as the taller portion does not cover more than 40% of the building footprint. So the portion of the building that would exceed 35 feet up to 45 feet could not be any bigger than 40%, like this dark gray area, of the footprint of the building, which is in light gray. So that would not be a full story addition. It would be a little bit less than a half story for those qualifying projects. Another area that needed to have clarity was the building height definition. Currently, building height must mean the vertical distance from the grade to the highest point of the coping of a flat roof or the deck line of a mansard roof, or to the average height of the highest gable of a pitch or hip roof. And I underlined the portion which has been debated among staff, I believe, and applicants, and the implementation of this definition has often resulted in interpretation and possible non-uniform application of the standard. So staff proposes the following definition: that the height be measured as a vertical dimension is measured from existing grade or the finished grade, whichever is less, up to a warped plane equal to the height limit of the underlying zone. Now, the warped plane is an imaginary plane that's projected parallel to the topography of the land at the height limit of the applicable zoning district. So basically, your height limit would more follow the contours of the land. And here we have two examples of where the most restrictive of the two would apply. In the top figure, the finished grade is more restrictive than the existing grade, which is that dashed line in gray. So there you have the height envelope that matches the finished grade. In the event that there is a fill, then you use the existing grade, which is the angled area, and that matches that topography. So with that, in staff's evaluation and of the municipal code amendment, it's consistent with the general plan goal of develop appropriate tools to enable development in an efficient and compatible manner. Also, it's consistent with general plan policy to strive to provide a balanced range of adequate housing. It's also consistent with the City Council top 10 priorities, address housing needs through innovative housing proposals. It's also consistent with City Council Goal C, operate the city government in a fiscally and managerially responsible and prudent manner to ensure that the city of Thousand Oaks remains one of California's most desirable places to live, work, visit, recreate, and raise a family, as well as Goal J, which is implement high-quality revitalization projects and support long-term affordable housing. So the municipal code amendment in front of you is exempt under section 15061, which is referred to as the common sense exemption. You know, since these are just rules to be applied to development and do not necessarily create development, there is no impact on the environment by adopting the ordinance. Projects that are that are subject to these standards are required to undergo their own separate environmental review process under the RPD or residential development permit process. So with that, staff's recommendation is to find that the municipal code amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3, and also approve amendments to chapter 4, title 9 of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code as described in attachment 2 to your staff report. And that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple of our council members who have some questions. My first person with their hand up was Mr. Kevin McNamee. Councilman McNamee, please go ahead.
Ms. Finley, wonderful option here for the city to move down an avenue to make it more efficient. Last year, I did 4 focus groups of developers, builders, trades, contractors, architects, and consumers about the efficiencies in their experience with our building, planning, and public works department. Common comments that were made included things like, we're able to do in 3 years in Florida what takes 5 to 6 years here in California. And one of the things they pointed to was getting off the ground through the plan check and approval process, because city staff did not have objective standards in which to approve a project. So their city staff was always looking over their shoulder, what will my manager say? Manager looks over their shoulder saying, what will planning commission say, and council? So I applaud this effort because it seems like to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this will actually streamline the process. So at the front end, instead of taking 2 or 3 years to get something approved before it even breaks ground, this will actually get it through quicker, allowing for costs to go down, because every second, every minute, every day a project's delayed, the cost of the project goes up, which in turn is passed on to the consumer. And this would actually be a great way of helping address affordable housing by making it more affordable through the efficiency of government. Mr. Holtz, Ms. Finley, would you please comment if that perception is correct?
Certainly, Councilmember McNamee. I mean, the whole premise behind adopting these is to allow the application of these standards from the onset, so there is less negotiation through the review process, which has proven timely. Adding quite a bit of time as far as the review process. The intent behind the legislation is that when cities apply objective standards, you get rid of the discussion and negotiation that may occur when you're applying subjective standards and guidance when there is room for interpretation. So, by limiting, by basically applying these objective standards on the outset, you reduce that amount of time.
Great. So you would be making housing more affordable by making it more objective standards and not the maybe this is good, maybe it's not, go back and redo it, let's see if we like it approach. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. I mean, the less time spent is, obviously is more efficient.
I'm delighted to see we're moving more towards objective standards. I have observed past council meetings where plans would come forward for approval to council. And as I found, when you show council plans for what wants to be developed to 5 council members, you wind up with 15, 20 different opinions. So I appreciate these objective standards, look forward to them being implemented. And when will this implementation take place to make a difference on our time frame with approving projects?
Well, these would become effective 31 days after the second reading. So depending on when the second reading lands on the council agenda, it could be as early as mid-April. They would be effective to projects that are not deemed complete.
You will be making a lot of developers as well as residents happy for many, many reasons. And thank you, Ms. Finley and Mr. Holt, for doing such a great job with it. It's much needed. And look forward to the final vote in April sometime. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. McNamee. I also see Councilmember Bill de la Pena with her hand up. Ms. Bill de la Pena, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. In establishing the objective design standards, were there any stakeholders or others consulted, or is this purely staff work?
We did consult with a representative from the BIA, and I basically shared the framework of which they were under and the types of standards that were being presented. And basically, their general response was that having clarity up front is of the utmost importance. Whether the standard is X or Y wasn't as important as just having that clarity up front was the response that I got. But also in generating these objective standards, we did look to other jurisdictions as well as, as far as the examples go on that were being used to kind of calibrate them to Thousand Oaks.
So just the BIA and then comparisons to other jurisdictions and no one else?
Well, we had the, housing element programs. So I was part of the housing element. They were identified as a program. So this is actually, we're bringing forward the implementation of that program to you tonight, as well as you had the Planning Commission meeting, and there were a variety of architects that were interested. However, I did not receive any kind of direct feedback.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, or actually it's the third, the height in the RPD zones, which is really what Thousand Oaks consists of, is primarily the RPD zones, and it's up to 45 feet. And using the warped plane scenario, would there ever be any scenario where there would be a hodgepodge in neighborhoods such as Conejo Oaks, where you could have someone build a one-story house and then convert it into something much higher, multifamily or so? How do you anticipate or foresee that, if at all?
Well, as far as the variety of development that occurs out there, it's largely depending on what the underlying zoning was. If you have zoning that is flexible, that allows both single-family homes and multifamily, you will you will have that variation in development. However, as we move forward with the general plan and the application of minimum densities, you're less likely to have that occur. You're going to have development that is commensurate to the density that's there. So in the event, like in the RPD zone, you could build single family townhomes or multifamily if the density allowed. So that variation exists in this zoning today already.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bill de la Pena. I see Mr. Adams' hand up. Councilmember Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things stood out to me after reading the report. You know, up until now, cul-de-sacs and flag lots had always been considered to be kind of desirable, but now they're seen as subjective and discretionary. How do we go from desirable to subjective?
It looks like Mr. Holt may be frozen. Can anybody else handle that question?
So the cul-de-sac, it's about connectivity. And in existing situations where there are cul-de-sacs, it's about connecting them to the other neighborhoods so they're not isolated. And Ian, are you back with us?
I am back, so I only got the first part of where Councilmember Adam was going.
It's about
the question was,
go ahead.
Yeah, up until now, cul-de-sacs and flag lots and the like were considered to be rather desirable. In fact, homes for sale will list them saying on a cul-de-sac, but now based on this objective standards, they're seen as discretionary and subjective. I just wondered how we went from one to the other.
Well, I would, if you don't mind, I would kind of clarify. I mean, the cul-de-sacs are not, and flag lots are not subjective, but the design approach behind them, as far as cul-de-sacs go, they lead to disconnected communities and so forth. And, primarily we're going to be seeing, most of these objective standards are geared towards multifamily development. And so when you're doing multifamily development, you typically want that to be connected. And then in terms of flag lots, they create situations where there's conflict between neighbors, and the experiences that when I consulted other staff here. So, both of those, the cul-de-sacs also kind of compound traffic issues as well.
So based on this new objective design standards, they would no longer be allowed?
They would be no longer allowed unless they asked for a modification and went to Planning Commission.
Okay. And on the business of height, so if you're an affordable housing advocate and a project goes into a residential neighborhood that's got 20% affordable in it, you could very well be settling for 40% of that project being 45 feet tall. Is that correct?
Correct.
You think there's a likelihood of that happening?
Well, the 20% lower income category, it's a fairly high threshold. But it could happen. I can't say it would not happen, but
because we're talking an existing neighborhood now, correct?
Well, all right, yeah. If you're talking about an existing single-family neighborhood, yeah, it's highly unlikely because you're dealing with the existing general plan and zoning.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah.
45 feet. That could be as high as 4 stories.
And again, this is applied. It's written to apply to R3 and RPD zones. And RPD zones where multifamily is allowed. So those are areas that are in the high density residential area. So R3 does not exist in medium density land use designation. So there's not a lot of R3 properties out there. And with the preferred land use map, most of the development that we're going to be seeing is going to be in a mixed use land use category. There was not a substantial increase in high density residential land use designations.
And in short,
So,
if I may, there's just a limited opportunity for that because it's infill for R3 and RPD. It's more likely to be in the new mixed use zones where we'd see this type of development.
Okay. Right. And finally, I remember when I was on the Planning Commission, which was a long time ago, the word compatible came up a lot. We were always talking about, is it compatible with an existing neighborhood or compatible with this, compatible with that? We're not going to be using that term compatible anymore, are we?
not under objective standards, no.
Right. Nor will we be using the term preserving our semi-rural atmosphere or our bucolic city. Those are all out now, correct? Those are all subjective terms.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of have the ring of more broader policy statements from the original comprehensive plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. I don't see any other hands up. I do have a question or two myself that I'd like to ask. I'd like you to talk to a little bit, Mr. Holt, about the massing of the plots of land. How is that going to react with the requirements for open space? I would hate to see monolithic buildings put in no matter what the height. So how does our objective standards going to address this massing of buildings and what we used to call articulation?
Well, if I may, I mean, I would start, it kind of starts with just the site design principles. So once you have a larger site, the objective standards first say you can't just put one large building on it. If you're over 50,000 square feet, you kind of have to divide the site into separate building sites. So you're then bringing the building footprint down to a scale that is smaller and probably more commensurate to, the community. But then once you have applied the building type, yes, there are standards that basically require articulation, whether it's a recess every 30 feet of 1 or 2 feet, depending on the length, and then various articulation along the base of the feature. But I guess just to clarify the question, you're asking what the impact of, or?
Well, how are you addressing that massing and the articulation in our objective standards?
Okay, let me. So, I mean, there's a number of criteria, and like as I mentioned in the presentation, I mean, there's a maximum building length of 200 feet, but then facade articulation, the building base, the first story must be distinguished from the upper stories by using 2 or more architectural details across the front elevation that distinguish it from the upper stories. And then in the event that the building is over 3 stories, there needs to be a distinction between the first floor and upper floors. The building entrances must have a identifiable architectural feature associated with them. In terms of the building walls, a minimum of 1 foot offset is required for any wall plane that exceeds 30 feet. So it's basically a variety of formulas that are applied to the building facades depending on their scale.
But those will be objective. They won't be like we used to use the term articulating. You have.
Well, yeah, you use the overarching term of building massing and articulation, but then it's you have quantifiable standards that basically implement that articulation.
Very good. Second question I have has to do with the height, and Before I get to that, I wanted to say that, streamlining our permitting process and giving clear expectations is sort of a good thing in this exercise we're doing. This is an area where perhaps our needs align with what the state is asking of us, and I'm happy to do that with them. One thing I wanted to ask you about is the 35-foot height that you arrived at based on the curved plane and that sort of thing. Why 35 feet? Would 32 be the same? How did you arrive at a 35-foot elevation?
Well, given the R3 and the RPD zones that allow multifamily, and it goes back to what the underlying land use is. I mean, R3 is a multifamily zone. It's intended to go up to the maximum density allowed under the general plan, up to 30 units to the acre. 35 feet would allow something that could go up to 3 stories, depending on the roof profile and so forth. And so depending on how you deal with parking and so forth, 3 stories seemed appropriate for the type of multifamily development that is intended for those zoning districts.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues. We do have some public comments, so I'd like to go to them now. I see Marianne Van Zyl is our first up, so please go ahead, Ms. Van Zyl.
Thank you, Mayor Engler and members of the City Council. My name is Marianne Van Zyl, and I live in the Westlake Village portion of Thousand Oaks. I am speaking in support of the objective design standards in front of you tonight. First, the adoption of objective design standards, as previously acknowledged, allows property owners to develop their property with clear guidance on city requirements without having to go to Planning Commission or City Council for individual approval on a project-by-project basis. This allows for fair and equal treatment of all property owners who wish to build on their properties without special treatment, either positive or negative. Second, the standards themselves are often focused on bringing housing and public space closer together, with standards such as having garages set back from front porches where people might sit, interact with their neighbors, creating streets that don't isolate neighborhoods, making it easier to walk or bike in the city, and eliminating the development of flag lots, which remove homes from neighbors and neighborly feeling. Third, our city is aging, and redevelopment of smaller and less well-maintained houses is likely. I'm eager to see some of these properties redevelop into missing middle housing. When I look at the neighborhood I grew up in Santa Monica, I have seen small houses replaced with 6,000 square foot homes. It makes walking through my old neighborhood like walking through a series of fortresses. I'm in favor of allowing 35-foot height for multiple family housing in R3 and RPD zoning areas that occur throughout the city. As a note, my home is zoned RPD, and I'm eager to see this in my neighborhood. It makes the development of missing middle housing more likely. In my daughter's neighborhood in the Chicago area, redevelopment of older homes has been quite varied, with some large houses being built, some duplexes, some taller, narrower townhomes, and some remodels of the original smaller homes. This type of neighborhood makes it possible for people of different incomes and stages of life to live together. The neighborhood maintains its walkability, neighbors sit on their front porches, and they interact with each other on the street. I want to stress to council that it's not houses that make a neighborhood, it is neighbors. The new design standards are focused on creating neighborhoods and not just housing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Zyl. Next up, we have Betsy Conley. Ms. Conley.
Thank you, everyone. It's good to see you tonight. I am speaking tonight as a member of TO Livability, a local group pressing city leaders to focus their attention on enhancing the livability of the city of Thousand Oaks. We view livability through the lens of equity, where people's identities and interests are embraced and where diversity is celebrated. Obstacles to equity and diversity are embedded in every area of city life, including our design standards. We want city leadership to examine their efforts in every sector: housing, transportation, enrichment, and services through the lens of equity. Our city council often speaks in support of more home ownership, housing that is attractive to the missing middle, early and career working adults, families with young children, more housing that rents for something that people who work in TO can afford, more permanent, supportive, and assistive housing for our most vulnerable populations. Objective design standards should help to remove obstacles to meeting these city goals for homeownership and housing. Focusing on appearance is not sufficient. The standards affect the cost per dwelling unit and are often responsible for modest housing and infill housing, not penciling out. Tonight, I'm offering just a few examples, but I want to make clear that every single item in the future code update should be examined through the lens of equity if we are to meet our goals. Flag lots have their place in maximizing opportunities for infill development. In some areas of the city, we have small older homes on deep lots. Subdivision would allow a second home on the property, but access would have to be through a flag lot configuration if the house, the original house, was to be preserved. This situation increases the odds here in town of a tear down, Hidden Hills style, where you end up with a mini mansion on the property and the loss of the original house and no duplicating of housing, rather than allowing the original owner and occupant of the first home to realize their equity and create additional housing. Other cities have detailed codes allowing flag lots in infill housing that respect the interests of surrounding properties while also allowing homeowners, existing homeowners, to realize the equity in their long-held properties. Height standards are another area. I attended the Planning Commission meeting in October where this item was first discussed. I'm certainly happy to see staff's attempt to provide further clarity, as there was certainly confusion expressed by the commissioners. Building up is often the cost-efficient option, and restrictions do have an impact on projects failing to pencil out. We often hear from council and staff that the city doesn't build housing, that there is little that can be done to make developers build the types of housing that the council has identified as necessary for our city to thrive. TO Livability hopes that these few examples help the council see that getting good projects to pencil out starts with objective standards and changes in city building codes. We applaud the state laws that made these changes happen and support these objective standards and the future code updates that will remove obstacles to building housing that meets the needs of a broad diversity of residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Conley. Mr. Jackson Piper. Mr. Piper.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Jackson Piper. I live in unincorporated Newbury Park. I am here as part of the TO Livability Group, as well as a member of Ventura County YIMBY and the Conejo Climate Coalition. As a urban planner and planning nerd, I want to say that I am very excited about what these objective design standards contain. I think that staff has done an excellent job in establishing a design pattern language for the R3 and RPD zones to espouse what the city's values are. That being said, I do have some comments and questions about this. First, if it's possible, could someone on staff explain to me how on page 3, the plan development permit is considered to be either ministerial review or is considered appropriate under projects that meet these standards? Second, on page 4, this is in the Planning Commission review, so it may not exactly be consistent with what you have. Section 9-4.2205, Part 1. It talks about the definition of streets, and I noticed that it kind of focuses on automobile lanes. I'm wondering if that could be changed to vehicle lanes, since streets do serve automobiles, but they also serve other vehicles as well. That is kind of a urban planning bias that a lot of people have, is just thinking in terms of the car, and I'd like to see that change. Also adding other protected bicycle infrastructure after where it says bike lanes are needed, or bike lanes as needed in that same section. And I'm also wondering if a WUNA for shared street definition can be created for project interior circulation, basically for slower movement of cars in space that is designed mostly for people to move about in on foot, on bikes, children to play in. You don't want large hunks of metal and plastic moving at speed through those environments, so I think that would benefit interior circulation of projects. I appreciate the explanation for why flag lots are not desirable, but I do think they still have a place. Maybe staff can find a way to limit conflicts between neighbors so that flag lots could still be possible. I really love in part 3 where it talks about additional height being allowed for the R3 zone and RPD zone if 20% or more affordable housing is included. I think that's an excellent way of approaching it, and this should be repeated throughout other standards developed for other zones as well. I'm wondering what the objective basis is for only allowing 40% of the footprint, if it's about, you know, sunlight being put at risk by the building massing, if there's some other reason for it, and if there's any possibility that with the top floor stepped back so that it's not really visible from the ground level, if that could perhaps be larger. Finally, I believe Ian Holt went over this before, but I wanted to ask if design standards are being developed for the city's other zones beyond just the R3 and RPD. Once again, this is an excellent set of design standards, and I'm really thrilled with where it's going. I urge the council to approve it.
I believe that's our final public speaker on this. Does city staff have any responses to our speakers?
Yes. So I think, I mean, other than those that, you know, expressed their support overall, the main thing that started coming up was the discussion about flag lots. And I think it was said, but in terms of flag lots, typically they are a solution, and they are not intended to be like for larger lot subdivisions. When you have those larger lot subdivisions and flag lots are introduced as just a way of kind of squeezing more units in. I mean, the whole premise behind not allowing them was to get that interaction between the unit and the street and to create that kind of neighborhood feel. But also in their application, typically they've ended up in disputes over easements, who maintains them, who has access, and often enough end up with fences across them, and it then becomes a code compliance issue. So staff can take a look at, I mean, we could take a look at where we could allow them and so forth, but at the same time, there are, you know, some limitations as far as the staff would probably express as far as how they are applied. In terms of the question as far as the plan development permit, the plan development permits, you know, a project under objective standards can still be a discretionary action. The caveat to that is that unless it's allowed under SB 35 or SB 1390 or AB 1397, you know, where ministerial approval of projects is required by state law, the city can still apply objective standards. And in terms of the applicability of these objective standards, they apply to all zones that allow residential or mixed-use development. So that would include existing specific plans or zones other than R3 and RPD. In terms of the definitions on streets, totally noted in terms of the reference to automobile travel lanes. But the intent behind that was to basically be streets inclusive of all means of travel. So, I mean, that would be an easy fix if the council felt that it was necessary to remove the term automobile and replace it with the term vehicular travel lanes. Let's see. And then as far as the future general plan code update, that's where when we start taking a comprehensive look at the code and the standards, the policies in regards to equity and environmental justice, we can somehow incorporate that. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Jones, hold on one second.
Sure.
Mr. Adam had his hand up. Go ahead, Councilman Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that's exactly why I brought up flag lots, because it just seems to me, in my experience, they allow for more housing. My mother lives on a flag lot over in Village Homes, and there's 4 houses on the flag lot, and there's probably 4 flag lots on the street. So there's 16 homes where if you just build along the sidewalk, you might only get 4. So are you saying that you want to leave out flag lots because the neighbors don't get along with each other on the flag lot? Or?
Well, I think that, if I may, Councilmember Adam, if we were to keep them, I would advise that then we revise our flag lot standards, because they are not very clear and they do not have that clarity. And so the enforcement issues that I brought up, whether it's owners just not recognizing the fact that they have shared access or what have you, that would need to be, I think, have greater clarity in terms of how they are applied and how they are used.
I see what you're saying.
I do know, that it may become an issue under SB 9, and that's something that can be evaluated further. But I have looked into flag lots in terms of SB 9, and some jurisdictions actually restrict the use on how you can do that because they're concerned on the number of curb cuts. Because for every unit, you need a separate driveway under current code. And so and you need that fee title extension. So it gets kind of complicated. I think anyways, whatever the pleasure of the council is, but I think it is something that would need to be evaluated further as we go forward with any kind of regulations for SB 9.
Another thing I noticed with flag lots is the kids play in the flag lot, which is kind of fun for kids. Anyway, I don't know, maybe is there a way to leave flag lots in and rephrase it somehow that will look at all those things you just suggested?
Well, one suggestion would be, and I think the primary thing, we would recommend is that we move forward with it as is and we investigate it further. But I think, in terms of how it's written, it's, we don't want a 20-lot subdivision, single-family subdivision to come in, and 10 of those lots are flag lots. That just is, the flag lot is kind of a Band-Aid approach to old lot configurations. Those long, narrow, deep lots that were created a long time ago when, in a lot of cases, they were in rural settings where you don't even have street improvements and so forth. So the intent behind that is that when you have a new subdivision, I'm not talking about just a lot split, you're not introducing flag lots as a principal design component.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Since I'm on the horn here, that I meant to ask, that missing middle concept was brought up a couple of times, and is Thousand Oaks missing its middle? And if we are, where would it go? What would it look like?
Well, the existing code really speaks to single-family homes and townhomes. Townhomes are kind of the answer to that medium density range of housing. But the missing middle would kind of fall in that kind of same density range. Those duplexes, those triplexes, and then other kind of walk-up type of apartment complexes, courtyards, or the bungalow courts. Those would fit in those kind of medium density zone areas. Within the ordinance, there's a chart of how they're applied, and you could see where those missing middle building types would go. They would go in, R2 zones, R3, RPDs, and then in certain parts of the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. Most of those missing middle probably, and there's a caveat, that wouldn't be allowed along the frontage of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. They would be in those areas that are further back in the specific plan area, so that you capture, you still get the intent of having mixed use along the frontages. Plus, you don't want necessarily townhomes lining up along Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Councilmember Jones has been patiently waiting. Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Well, I don't know how patient I've been, but I've been waiting. I like flag lots, by the way. I think they're kind of neat. It's a little hard when you walk door to door because you got a long walk to get to a front door. I'd like to thank the people who spoke. I thought they had excellent comments, Ms. Van Zyl, Betsy Connolly, and Mr. Piper. And I wondered, I thought, Ian, that Mr. Piper had some specific comments and suggestions. Do you have any reaction to, or did you take down the 3 or so comments that he made?
Yes, I mean, I responded to the first comment regarding what the planned development permit is in regards to our ability to still require discretion on projects with objective standards versus those that are allowed by right under state law. Okay. I acknowledged his comments regarding the definition of streets and the term automobile versus vehicular.
So do you recommend we put in a vehicular rather than automobile?
Certainly. And that was the intent. So, I mean, I think, in crafting it, it was just,
okay, good.
Going on autopilot. So those kind of things. And then, there was the clarification as far as how the standards are applied to R3 and RPD. They are applied to all zones, like I just stated. So that allow residential or mixed use development.
If you'd excuse a historical reference, the concept of RPD was invented by Alex Fiore. So I don't know if that's important, but that's something I remember. Anyway, I appreciate, Ian, your good work. That was a lengthy and very thorough and a very good report. So thank you very much. If it's in order, I would like to move the item.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Jones. I'll take that under advisement. I think I need to close the hearing. I don't see any other hands up right now, so I think I'll close the hearing and then open it up to council discussions and comment.
Oh, okay. Pardon me.
So I'll officially close the meeting, and then, Mr. Jones, you had a comment.
Well, I'd like to approve it as Ian presented. I'd like to substitute vehicular for automobile. And with the idea that, this will not be set in concrete. If there are future things that we need to do to tweak it a little bit, I think we could do that. So I would like to move the item with that amendment.
Very good. I don't see any other people with their hands up. My only caveat is we need to make sure that this is a flexible document because as we all know, things go forward and laws will change and whether we include flag lots or whether SB 9 comes along and has other requirements, that we be adjustable to those new requirements. So with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Bob?
I'm sorry, I see Mr. Adams' hand up.
That's all right. Sorry, Bob. So there will not be an outright ban on flag lots? Am I to understand that? There's flexibility in this document?
If I may, council member, and just to re-clarify, this is a flag lot it's a standard, the prohibition in there. However, it can be waived. It would just require going to planning commission. And actually, if you're doing a lot split, unless it's under SB 9, typically there's some level of hearing associated with it. So there is the ability to, ask for a modification to allow a flag lot. So there is an administrative remedy available to those who wish to seek it.
All right, that's good. Thank you.
Very good. No more questions. So, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Yes?
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0, and I do have an ordinance title to read into the record. An ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code by adding Article 22 and modifying Sections 9-4.202, 9-4.2501, and 9-4.2505 to update the city's zoning regulations with objective design standards for residential development, revising building height definition, and revising height requirements for the R3 and RPD zones, MCA 2020-70250.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on now to our second public hearing. This public hearing is the extension of the urgency ordinance prohibiting the processing of self-storage applications. Presenting for us tonight is Patrick Heher, one of our city attorneys, and Stephen Kearns and Kelvin Parker, also available for questions.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B, extension of urgency ordinance prohibiting processing of self-storage applications. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 7 individuals have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, each speaker will have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight for your consideration is a request to extend the interim urgency ordinance declaring a moratorium on self-storage facilities in Thousand Oaks, as well as a request to initiate a municipal code amendment. You may recall that in January 25, council adopted at a 5-0 vote the interim urgency ordinance. This urgency ordinance put a moratorium on new applications for self-storage facilities. It is effective for 45 days under Government Code Section 65858, and it is only effective for 45 days unless extended at a public hearing. Also, during that January 25 meeting, City Council expressed concerns regarding impacts to existing requests, and so directed staff to try to make an effort to limit the moratorium to a maximum of 1 year. So with this authority for the moratorium and this urgency ordinance is under Government Code Section 65858, which authorizes the City Council to adopt a moratorium on any uses that may be in conflict with a contemplated general plan, specific plan, or zoning proposal. Section 65858 subdivision A also requires a 4/5 vote for a motion to such an interim ordinance and even for the extension of the ordinance. The initial ordinance, as noted, was effective for 45 days, so it would expire on March 11th unless extended. Again, it can be extended the first time for one period of 10 months and 15 days, and then a second time if authorized for for a total of for 1 year for a total of 2 years. This will be the first extension. And of course, under Government Code Section 65858, this particular meeting must be noticed as a public hearing, and it was done so timely for tonight's hearing. So in the last few weeks after January 25, staff started to evaluate the existing processes and development standards, such things as parking and building height, things of that nature. City also engaged CSG consultants to assist in the research and analysis, including what other jurisdictions might be doing regarding self-storage facilities. Another aspect for tonight is initiation at this stage to a code amendment to address possible changes or amendments to our code regarding self-storage facilities. Under our code, the initiation of a municipal code amendment requires council approval through an adoption of a resolution. The ordinance is attached to the staff report requesting the extension of this interim urgency ordinance for 10 months and 15 days. And there's a resolution initiating a municipal code amendment if the council so chooses to do so. If initiated, staff will prepare a report on the possible amendment changes and present that to the Planning Commission. And then of course, the Planning Commission will make a recommendation to City Council, and it will go back before this body for final review. So similarly to what we did on January 25, there are a number of findings that we need to make and that are existence for this request to extend this ordinance. One, we still have a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, thus requiring the urgency ordinance. And it's necessary to keep the status quo or to preserve the current position that we have on self-storage facilities. As you know, from the last report, we have 15 self-storage facilities in our city that are either have been constructed or are in the process of being constructed. And that's 15 in our city, the size of our city. So it's quite a number for our city. Also, we are requesting the extension to do more research, to do more analysis before we permit additional self-storage facilities in Thousand Oaks. We want to do this and put a status quo moratorium in effect at this time so we can evaluate the near-term and long-term impacts of utilizing valuable commercial and industrial land without making sure we have specific findings for self-storage facilities, including standards, findings that we need to meet, and processes for such uses. We also need a finding that the interim urgency ordinance is exempt under the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. And we believe there is one that exists under section 15061B3, which is the common sense exemption, based on the fact that this request or these two requests are really a municipal code amendment request and also extending the status quo of the current status regarding self-storage facilities. And therefore, it is not a project that would have any significant impact on the environment. So in your packet, the staff report, there are 4 recommendations. They include extending the urgency ordinance with the ordinance based on the findings set forth in the report, the proposed ordinance, and the hearing. There's also the initiation of the municipal code amendment to consider changes to the procedural and development standards related to self-storage facilities. I also need to make a finding that this matter is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines, and adopt the resolution or find the report to be the written description of measures taken to alleviate the condition which led to the adoption of the ordinance as required under Government Code Section 65858 subdivision D. So with that very brief presentation, I am available for questions.
Very good. I don't see any of my colleagues' hands up right now. I just have a quick question on the urgency ordinance and the public safety and all the requirements there. Can you go a little bit more into why this is a public safety issue, or how does that qualify for an urgency ordinance?
Sure. So we take that as a whole. So public safety or welfare, for example. And so the welfare would be the fact that we have so many self-storage facilities in our city at this time. And we, in the last 2 to 3 years, we received multiple requests for additional self-storage facilities. And due to that, we are concerned that we don't really have standards for these self-storage facilities. We want to make sure that we have the time to stop the current processes, if any, that we have, and move forward with trying to create new standards specifically for self-storage facilities. And that way we preserve the ability to use these commercial lots, make sure that we're using them in an appropriate fashion and improving projects that make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Heer. And I see that Councilmember Jones also has a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Heer, I'd like to ask you, if we did not have a moratorium and someone came in with a property in which he wanted to put a self-storage unit, if he had the proper zoning, would we be obliged to approve it, or do we have the discretion to turn it down?
So we have discretion. This is not a by right project for any of these locations. The two that we had the examples for were the one that was presented last week, which was last time was the focus of the discussion mainly was a 230,000 square foot facility. Again, it's not by right. It is something that has to be evaluated, so we do have discretion. And sometimes the cases, for example, the second location that was on Hampshire that was presented on January 25, and again, might be discussed tonight. That one required a SUP or a special use permit due to the location near residential.
So we still would have the discretion without a moratorium if someone came to us, even if they had the proper zoning, if we didn't like it, we could turn it down. Is that right?
Well, you have to turn it down based on findings that make sense, right? You cannot just turn it down because you want to turn it down. You have to have findings to create the reasons why you would turn it down. You don't just turn it down because you want to. You have to create the findings for that. So the fact that it could be approved in a zone, again, it's something that we thought, because that is something that usually can happen in the zone, we want to make sure we can put a stop to it right now, status quo, just for a year, so we can take a look and look for it, whether or not we want to have new standards regarding the lot size, height, setbacks, all those factors, parking, things like that.
And if I could add to that, Councilmember Jones, there's actually two different types of standards that are applied depending on the location of the self-storage facility that's being applied for. But for certain types, you have objective standards, you have development standards. And if those development standards are met, it is very difficult, although we do have some discretion, it would be very difficult to deny it if they meet those existing standards. And one of the basis for the moratoriums is because we've not evaluated those standards for these types of uses for a very long time. And from staff's perspective, we need to do that because of the way that the standards are written, both the location standards and the design components of those standards have not been evaluated in such a long time. So in answer, the long story of your question is if they do apply for it and they meet those development standards, although we do have some discretion, it is very difficult to say no.
About how long would it take you to get it back to us again if we were to approve this tonight?
So this first extension under the code would be 10 months and 15 days. Of course, if we bring back an ordinance before that time and those changes are amended or adopted, then you could take action at that point. So right now we're asking for the extension pursuant to the code section 65858 for 10 months and 15 days.
Yeah, I understand that, but you think you could be completed by then?
Right now we do, yes. We actually have hired CSG consultants to help us with this analysis. And we understand that you're, from the January 25 meeting, that you wanted to try to get it done within the 1 year. So we're certainly going to put our effort to make that happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I don't see any other hands up for questions, so let's go to our public speakers. We have, looks like 7 public speakers for tonight. Our first speaker now is Arthur Pefferman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may specially request, without losing my place, would it be okay with the council, with you, if Dr. Wolcott started from our group from the Cancer Institute?
Sure. We'll come back to you. Dr. Wolcott, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Dean Wolcott, for 31 years a resident of Thousand Oaks, but currently a resident of Moore Park. I'm speaking to you tonight as the co-chair of the board of directors of the Cancer Support Community Valley Ventura Santa Barbara, which, as you know, is based at Westlake Village with our facility at 530 Hampshire Road. During all of my 38 years as a practicing psychiatrist, I worked with cancer patients at UCLA and later at the Cedars-Sinai Samuel Ocean Cancer Center, where I led the development of comprehensive psychosocial services to cancer patients. During my career, it became abundantly clear to me that many cancer patients, their family members, and their caregivers need the full range of services based in the community, which Cancer Support Community provides in our community. For over 30 years, we have provided high-quality, comprehensive, free psychosocial services to the Thousand Oaks and Conejo Valley community. Monica Merriman, our executive director, will shortly in her presentation give some more specific information about the services and the value of those services that patients or participants report receiving from our services. Our goal is to ensure that every Thousand Oaks, Conejo Valley cancer patient, family member, and caregiver has full access to our full range of services. Our related goal is to fully support every Thousand Oak cancer care provider's psychosocial care to their patients, so that we really become a component of their overall care team. In order for us to fulfill our community services mission, we need to rapidly reduce the financial burdens imposed by our continued ownership of the 530 Hampshire Road property. These financial burdens actually threaten the sustainability of our organization. We are requesting that you approve our sale of the 530 Hampshire Road property as soon as possible, so we can continue to fully serve all of our cancer patients and all of their community cancer care providers who make up our cancer care delivery system in the Thousand Oaks, Conejo Valley area. I thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Dr. Wolcott. Mr. Pefferman, would you be next?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Arthur Pfefferman. I'm a resident of Westlake Village for over 20 years. I live approximately 6 minutes from the 530 Hampshire Road. I'm with Caldwell Banker Commercial Property, and we are co-brokering the listing for the sale of the property being discussed. We have actively marketed the property for approximately 2 years ago. Activity and interest in the location was as expected. Offers have been made for multifamily, neighbors, retail, and storage. We thought residential and mixed use would be an option, but the City Council removed the proposed mixed use low designation for the Townsgate corridor in May of 2021. We have a fair price now that will assist Cancer Support in reaching their goals. We respectfully request that this hardworking council reconsider the action taken with regard to the moratorium as it relates to the 530 Hampshire Road and authorize the request for the storage facility, continue working through the process, but exempt from the moratorium. After my partner, Bruce Frasco, speaks, we are prepared to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And next up then is Mr. Bruce Frasco.
Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, residents, community leaders, and others involved in this important discussion, I thank you. My name is Bruce Frasco. I've been a resident of Westlake Village for about 5 years. I live approximately 10 minutes from the property at 530 Hampshire. I own Lorimar Equities, and I have co-listed this property with Coldwell Banker and Art Pfefferman. We are asking for an exemption to the self-storage moratorium. We have been in escrow for over a year with a qualified national developer of self-storage projects in which due diligence is being completed. As had mentioned last month at the council meeting, Mr. McNamee had asked Mr. Parker about the costs associated with the development project, and it was mentioned that there was a $7,000 cost or application fee made by the prospective purchaser. In deference to that, our clients or the buyer of the property has spent more than $100,000 in pursuing this project through design work, a series of consultants, usual engineering, etc., and continues to expend sums of money in that regard. The developer had submitted a design which was attractive and suitable to the site. The developer is willing to make many more concessions and modifications and corrections to reflect the city's desire in design criteria. The 15 self-storage units presently in the city of Thousand Oaks are all operating at 95% capacity or greater. The average typical rental unit in a storage facility is 10 by 10 and costs about $250 to $275 per month. Affordability is important as all the new developments of apartment projects in the city are calling for unit sizes that are probably 600 to 700 square feet, leaving little or no available storage space for personal belongings. We think that the neighboring apartment buildings plus new projects will benefit from the development of the self-storage project, and we are asking the council to provide an exemption to the urgency moratorium, which will allow Cancer Support to continue the good work that it's done for the last 30 years. We are also hoping that you concur with this discussion and allow us the exemption. Thank you very much for your time tonight. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Frasco. I believe next up is Monica Merriman. Ms. Merriman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Engler and City Council members. I am Monica Merriman, the Executive Director at Cancer Support Community, located at 530 Hampshire Boulevard, and I live in Ventura. We were formerly known as the Wellness Community. For over 30 years, we have provided a full range of support groups, education, wellness classes, social events, and referral services to cancer patients, their families, and their caregivers. All of our support groups are led by a licensed mental health professional delivering the very highest quality of care. Our services are provided at no cost to our participants. We are supported mostly by local foundations, corporations, and individual donors, many of whom actually received services during their cancer journey. Like so many other nonprofit organizations, the effects of the pandemic have greatly impacted our fundraising efforts. Annually, the majority of our participants are your constituents who live within the city of Thousand Oaks and the neighboring geography. After receiving support from our organization, a majority of participants feel an improved partnership with their healthcare team. They have gained useful information to better manage treatment. They feel better able to cope with distress and have reported to us an improved quality of life. We remain the largest community provider of free supportive care services, supporting all of Thousand Oaks and Conejo Valley healthcare providers and their patients. We respectfully request an exemption from the self-storage moratorium, which directly impacts the current sale of our building. Our aging facility has become a major financial burden. This cost greatly threatens our ability to continue to provide the free services needed by our community members and the long-term financial stability of our organization. Our community and healthcare providers rely on us, cancer support community, to provide this much-needed emotional support during and after their cancer journey. Thank you for your time tonight. We appreciate you listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Merriman. Next up is Lida Chu. Ms. Chu.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you, council member and mayor. My name is Lida Chu, and I have the privilege of working alongside Dr. Wolcott as co-chair on the board of directors for Cancer Support Community, Valley Ventura and Santa Barbara. I'm a cancer survivor, and in the past 15 years, I've worked in the area of oncology in various capacities. I'm currently a resident of Thousand Oaks, Westlake area, and have called this city my home for over 20 years. Our headquarters, located on 530 Hampshire Road, is currently in escrow, as you know, so we can relocate to a new facility for two main reasons. First and foremost is to better serve our participants, and secondly, to ensure the financial stability of our organization. Please know that the contemplated moratorium of 10.5 months and possibly even longer has a significant detrimental impact to both those fronts. Our current facility has become a financial burden with much needed refurbishment and maintenance costs, both in the short term and in the long term. Our goal is to relocate to a nearby, more affordable office that better suits the needs of the people that we serve and allows us to better manage our operational costs. It is important also to point out that the safety of our participants is our number one priority. And since many of our participants are immunocompromised, we take this matter very seriously. Given the importance of what we do, we have maintained our commitment and our cause to be active even during the pandemic era. In 2021 alone, we offered over 900 support sessions and more than 7,500 visits to these programs. On behalf of the board of directors, we request an exemption from the self-storage moratorium. Thank you again for hearing our concerns and supporting our mission to improve the lives of those touched by cancer.
Thanks, Ms. Chu, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Next up, I think we have Philip Paola.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Philip Paulo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Cancer Support Community. We thank the Thousand Oaks City Council for considering our comments regarding the sale of the property located at 530 Hampshire Road. During times in my life, I've lived in Thousand Oaks, worked in Thousand Oaks, and I now volunteer with various charities in Thousand Oaks, but my current residence is in Calabasas. I'm one of hundreds of people here with metastatic cancer diagnosis. I'm sure most people attending the council meeting tonight have been affected by cancer, either personally or through family and friends. I've been in and out of treatment for the past 12 years, and I'm currently in treatment. My wife, Marilyn, and I have been volunteers and donors at the Cancer Support Community, the Wellness Community, for over 15 years. We knew where we could go to get help and support when I was diagnosed with cancer. As you've heard, the Cancer Support Community helps support people in the community who are fighting cancer, improve their quality of life, and live longer and thrive. We believe that no one should have to face cancer alone. I've been attending support groups meetings since 2010. The groups are facilitated by licensed mental health professionals, and helped me understand that I was not alone in struggling with accepting a cancer diagnosis. Of course, my family and friends were very supportive, but attending a support group prepared me to discuss issues with my doctors, to better understand my treatments, scans, etc., and created a group of friends who could discuss that. A few years later, I asked to be trained as a facilitator so I could help others affected by cancer. Since I'm a marriage and family therapist, I was accepted as the first volunteer facilitator. No pay, just to help out. A few years later, I was asked to join the board of directors. And during the last 12 years, our family has been a major donor to Cancer Support Community. I have a current vested interest in helping CSC, Cancer Support Community, be financially strong and ensure that it will continue to help others with cancer. I've been on the board of directors for 7 years. For 7 years. I've been the board chair for the past 2 years during the pandemic. I know that the sale of our property is in the best interest to ensure the long-term sustainability of this wonderful organization. In the past, we've operated a deficit. Not enough donation, lots of need. And so just in the past few years, we have created a path to be more successful and to assure the long-term sustainability of our organization. We realized this as we got to a point where we were taking enough loans on our property where we couldn't get any more. And we had to live within the financial means that we had, and that was in the red virtually every year. We're a special charity. We're a special asset to the city of Thousand Oaks. We're asking for special consideration for the sale of our property by modifying the self-storage moratorium to grandfather the only active proposal being considered by the city. That modification will help us continue our sale and assure the long-term viability of the Cancer Support Community.
Thank you, sir.
For your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Our last speaker, public speaker tonight is Doug McCarron. Is Doug on the line?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Honorable council members, Doug McCarron from Thousand Oaks. Calling today to discuss the self-storage project at hand, speak to the economic viability of the project. Our group has over 85 years of combined self-storage experience and has been involved in over 50 self-storage developments across the United States in the top 20 markets across the country. We have followed the design standards per the Thousand Oaks zoning code. I can speak to the economic viability of this project. Also had the same question in terms of the public welfare and detriment to public health. Our facilities are state-of-the-art, 24-hour monitored from a security and video perspective. And we are requesting that you consider an exemption to our project and application, really based upon the timeline and the delays that we've experienced. And we would also like to point you, Mr. Mayor, and the honorable council members to the letter that was submitted by Jensen Engineering, Tanner Sheldon, to overview the timeline and the delays that we have faced up until this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe that's our last public speaker. Does staff have any responses to our speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I certainly appreciate the speaker's desire to sell their property. I do want to make it clear that the city council has no say in the sale of this private property, and it certainly is not going to be involved in that sale or whatever it's going to be. I think it's important to go back to how we discussed in January these various issues, and the fact that certainly the city council has an ability to exempt this project, and if they did, they would have to exempt the other project as well. And they made that decision last meeting not to exempt it. One of the reasons why we would be concerned about that is these were not applications; these were pre-apps. At the January 25 meeting, you requested staff to refund the application fees that were submitted, and to my understanding, Mr. Parker's online, he can confirm that, but it's my understanding that those application fees were refunded to the pre-app individuals who were requesting a review of these concepts. But again, the staff is urging the city council to continue to extend this moratorium up to the year. Staff has engaged a consultant to assist the city in making sure we work on this project immediately. And in fact, we are already working on this project to look at standards and to define concerns that we might have and to bring back standards for your consideration. And in fact, if you note tonight, we are asking to initiate a general plan amendment for this very reason, to make sure that we are efficient when we look at this matter and bring it back to you with not only with concerns and concepts for new standards, but also to amend the code if we think that's appropriate and bring that back to you within this time period. So that is important to note as well. In addition to the fact that there was no formal application, for this particular process, this would have been a SUP application if it was formally filed. And as you all know, with the SUP application, there is that fifth element that you need to meet, which is it compatible with the area due to the residency that's near there? So again, even without a formal application, it's very difficult to even analyze or speculate what would happen with the project as far as how it would be presented and staff's position on it, because we don't have that formal application. But it is something that would have gone to Planning Commission. We are near residency, that's why we would have that. So to speculate on what would have happened if this thing was formally brought to us is difficult to say at this time. In your 2:30 p.m. supplemental packet that was presented today, there was a letter from the Cancer Facility board member and a response from Planning Manager Steve Kearns. And in his response, Mr. Kearns outlined the factors that I just mentioned that were mentioned tonight in the presentation, and that staff was not supporting the pre-application request at the time. There's also a transcribed phone message from a resident who was asked by the individuals from the Cancer Society to oppose the urgency ordinance, but instead voiced their support for the moratorium due to the fact that they were concerned about having too many self-storage facilities. Finally, there are other permitted uses that are permitted in the zone that would not be affected by the proposed urgency ordinance. So with those, it is important to note that there was no application for this site, just like the other site as well. Certainly, City Council has the authority to exempt these products. If you exempt this one, my recommendation would be that you exempt the other one as well. The other one was 230,000 square feet, and this one's a little smaller than that. But again, staff does not take an urgency ordinance lightly. We do not present this every year or every month even. We are doing this because we think it is important to put a stop or hold for a year to ensure that we can create standards that are appropriate for this type of use and to ensure that we are, again, serving our community well with these applications once they come back in. And again, we are focused on doing this within the year.
Councilmember McNamee, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. My observation is the following. Again, this is an example of where city staff, city managers want to get it right. And a situation has appeared that too much storage is coming into the city, and we better establish some standards so that way anyone coming in the future has a better idea as to what we want in the city. Easily said for city council, city managers, and city staff. But this is a good example of the financial repercussions on the other side of the resident, consumer, commercial, builder, developer. The cancer center here is an example how they're going to sustain a heavy economic impact by the 1-year delay. I would like to see our city staff move through this quick so it doesn't take a full year, because every moment we wait puts this project in jeopardy, as well as drives up the price for it, and thus making it less feasible, and patients not getting the services they need because of financial straits that this delay may put them in. So my question to city staff right now, and I don't know who would answer this, how long will this take to get this resolved so they know if they can move forward on this and what needs to happen? They've already spent quite a few $100,000s on this, which is the question I asked last time as to what about the ones that are in the pipelines or may not even applied. They've spent a lot of money. If it was coming out of city council's personal accounts, city managers or city staff's personal bank accounts, I'm sure we would move very quick on this. So can I get an answer from city staff? How long do you anticipate this to take?
So I'm going to let Community Development Director Kelvin Parker speak to it, but just a couple of points and observations off the top. First and foremost, and I mentioned it briefly in our previous discussion on this matter, this is one of those classic, unfortunate examples of when you have a general plan that has been in place to the extent that ours has been in. And so this particular type of effort is one of those things that's coming in conflict with the timing around that general plan. This would have been rolled up within that general plan update process that is underway. Because we had two examples of this happening and others in the pipeline, and despite staff's attempts to dissuade, you end up in a conflict. And this is one of those unfortunate conflicts that none of us like, whereas as the land use authority, as the city council and staff, you are updating this large document that is going to make modifications in varying areas. But then you have major substantial changes like this to the urban footprint that are happening in areas that are contemplated for change. So it is that in and of itself is a challenge. Speaking to the timeline, I'll have Kelvin speak to the specifics, but I can tell you that message of urgency was delivered the day after council's action. And that's why we went and brought on support to do that, so that this didn't get burdened with any other priority. We have someone that's able to focus on that. So in doing that, we're going to be bringing you back an omnibus set of recommendations. And as Mr. Heher outlined, I'll let Kelvin kind of speak to where that is, but our goal is to deliver it to you as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you. To build on those comments, I just want to be clear, the fees that were within staff's control, I just want to confirm Mr. Heher's comment that they were refunded to the applicant, and those were the pre-application fees. And just to confirm Mr. Heher's statement, these types of uses were discouraged at that time, and comments were provided as such along those lines. In terms of timing and returning to council with this particular amendment, as Mr. Powers stated, we intend to be back in front of council within a year. We're asking for this 10 months and 15 days per the statutes what the statute allows per state law. Additionally, we are bringing on additional resources to help us move this forward, and we'll aim to be back into council as soon as possible. But in order for us to do that, we need this extension to be confirmed this evening.
Mr. Power and Mr. Parker, I understand your position, and I just don't feel comfortable with the financial straits that this is putting applicants in. So it doesn't feel good. I understand the situation and how they all converged, and I just yield back to Mayor Engler. Thank you very much for answering the question.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. Councilmember Adam has his hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really appreciate the comments about the mission of your group to support cancer patients. It's an honorable mission. It's something that's touched all of our families, or many of our families. However, the issue tonight before us isn't supporting cancer patients, it's self-storage facilities, of which we have 15 in the city. over 1 million square feet storage space. I think it's the highest of just about any city in Ventura County. And Mr. Here made a good point that hadn't even occurred to me. If we granted the exemption for your group, we would be obligated to grant the exemption for the other group who want to put in a 230,000 square foot facility, which is equal to 5 football fields. So, you know, I don't know quite what's the square footage that your folks are looking at, but I'm suspecting we'd be well over 300,000 square feet in exemptions, which pretty much negates the moratorium. So I understand your plight, but on the other hand, you know, we got a situation here that we have to analyze, and unfortunately, you kind of got caught in it. And but I just think that this is something staff really needs to look at. And keep in mind too, I'm sure you're aware that right across the street from your building, there's an old abandoned Kmart, and there's a project in front of us for that Kmart site that we'll be hearing in the next few months, actually. And if it were to pass, my suspicion is that your property value would go up immeasurably in response to that. Well, maybe not the word, maybe that's not the right word, immeasurably, but it would go up. So that might be something that could, you know, soften the blow here a little bit on having to wait for staff to come back to us on this moratorium. So although it's uncomfortable and it's unfortunate of the timing, I feel that we do have to go ahead with this moratorium.
I think we're still in our public hearing and not discussion, but I see a hand up by Councilmember Jones. Do you have a question, sir?
Councilman Adam just said, I thought this was at the corner of Hampshire and what is that? Townsgate. Is that right, or is it across from Kmart?
That is correct. It's more kitty corner than directly across.
Well, it's way up at Townsgate, right? Is it on the corner? I don't know. Is it on the
It's
corner
not quite that far down.
What?
It's not quite that far down, sir.
It's a corner of Hampshire in Townsgate, right across the street from the apartments and the gas station there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was a minor point. I don't understand. Well, what is it that we're going to have at the end of 10 months that would give us discretion whereby we would be in a better place? Because I understand now, according to what I've heard, that if we were to exempt this property, we would be obligated to exempt other properties at the same time. Is that true?
Recommendation would be that we would also permit the previous pre-application one that we discussed in detail on January 25.
You mean we have no discretion?
So that one is a little, this one actually would require SUP. The other one, the 230,000 square foot facility that's off of Thousand Oaks Boulevard, that one is, it's not a SUP, so it's more of a review of the permit and make sure it complies with our requirements.
That is correct. So
my question is, if we wanted to exempt this instant property before us tonight, would we be obligated to, at the same time, exempt other properties, or no matter what?
Certainly, we would have to treat them equally for these two pre-applications. It's the same situation. Both of them were pre-apps. Again, both of them have been refunded their money, but both of them were pre-apps and were presented for this, that have been impacted by this interim urgency ordinance.
So the answer is yes, that we could not exempt just this one alone. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is it that we expect to end up with if we approve the recommended action? What will we have at the end of 10 months that we don't have now?
design standards, new development standards, and locational requirements, those are all things that we do not have for these particular uses today. It would help modernize our code to be more appropriate for this type of use and more consistent in line with the new standards that we have coming forth in terms of the general plan and that general plan update. And Mr. Powers touched upon that a little bit when he made his comments a few minutes ago.
Well, as a practical matter, if they were to come back, if we were to approve this and you came back with your standards in 10 months, if they were able to meet those standards, then we would be obligated to approve them then. Is that right?
The intent is not to ban the uses, it's to come forward with new development standards and locational requirements.
Right.
If any provider at that time met those standards, then they would be in line for potential approval.
Well, just one final comment. It seems to me the basis of all this is we think we're getting overrun with self-storage properties, that we, it's like it's spreading like some disease or something. And the point of this is to put a stop to that. But if we come back with standards that people can meet, can't they go ahead and build more of these?
If I may, Mr. Jones, it's not to put a stop to them in the future. It's to put a stop currently so we can evaluate in this time frame to properly evaluate what kind of standards we think will be appropriate, that council would think would be appropriate. Things such as setbacks, building coverage, building height, parking, things of that nature. And so what we're asking right now, which is what this interim ordinance does, is just a status quo for now so we can develop those standards, bring them back. Now, any new applicant, once those standards are approved and adopted and become our ordinance, once those are approved, they would have to meet those standards. And if it's a SUP, they would also have to make sure that they meet the compatibility with the surrounding areas as well.
Okay, well, looks like we would have to, if they could meet those in 10 months, it looks like that we might be obligated to approve them anyway. I guess they would be better looking at the time. You'd have setbacks and
all these factors are things that we want to consider and bring before you for your consideration at a future time within the next year.
And if I can add to that, there's a difference between a development permit and a special use permit. With respect to a special use permit, which this one is subject to, there is much more discretion that would be afforded by to the decision maker, whoever that decision maker is. So, staff has to evaluate what type of development standards, the location for these types of uses, and what type of permit process these types of uses would have to go through depending on location, et cetera.
Well, let me just say, I don't mean to be prolonging this, I guess I am, but frankly, I would exempt the one before us tonight if we didn't have to at the same time exempt the other one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Adam, you have your hand up again.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think Tracy said one of the standards that would seem to me would be probably the most obvious, and that would be location. Where do we want these self-storage units to be? Maybe we would decide they could only be in an industrial area. Maybe we would decide that, in a prominent location like the one we're talking about tonight, right across the street from our Chamber of Commerce and from a mixed-use development, maybe that's not the best location. But correct me if I'm wrong. Would you think that might be one of the most prominent things we would look at, location?
That is correct. That is one of the considerations that staff will evaluate if we're granted this time to come back to council with an ordinance by which you can discuss and debate the particular parameters enclosed within it.
Mm-hmm. So again, as you say, Calvin, we're not banning self-storage units. We're just evaluating where we might, if we want more, and where we might want them.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I see we have hands up from a couple of our public speakers. Unfortunately, our public speaking time has elapsed, and right now we're in council questions. Unless we have a question from our council members of any of the public speakers, we have to continue on.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. McNamee.
Thank you. I do have a question for, I don't know if it's Mr. Fiasco or Dr. Wolcott. How long can you survive without the sale of the property, assuming it goes through with a special use permit and so forth? What's your financial stability looking like? Could you please elaborate a little bit more on your situation?
I will take that. Although I'm not the chief financial officer of the organization, given our current financial status and the fact that we have additional costs associated with caring for a population that is profoundly vulnerable because of COVID, and because of the reality that many community service organizations, including ourselves, have faced significant decreases in funding due to limited participation in special events and otherwise that would otherwise occur. I would say that even if our ability to sell the property was delayed by as much as 6 to 9 months, we would be in very significant financial problems. And let me just make one additional comment. I spent much of my life, as I alluded to, helping develop hospital cancer programs, psychosocial services around the country. And in many of those communities, the wellness community, now named the Cancer Support Community, was a major source of support for our patients. Throughout much of the United States and throughout much of our cancer care delivery systems, patients do not have access from their cancer care providers for social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, pain management, spiritual care, rehabilitation, the wide variety of services that we provide. The reality of the history of cancer support communities is they do go under, they do collapse, and they no longer, in many cases, are continuing community resources. And the reason we're here and speaking so passionately is we're very concerned about the future of our organization if the sale is delayed.
You provide a noble service, and I hope there's some sort of solution here for you. Thank you for your answer. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. I see no other council members' hands up, so I think we need to close the public hearing and go on to some comments from my colleagues. No, yes, thank you, Ms. Bill de la Peña.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the presentations by the CSC. This is not easy. This is difficult, obviously. And appreciate all of the information regarding the viability and your future plans. And I'm just wondering what would happen if we based all of our municipal code ordinances regarding zoning and so forth on each business or organization's financial viability. I'm not sure what the city of Thousand Oaks would look like. We do have standards that are based, that serve a purpose. So while I sympathize with your situation, I also understand that city staff, including the city attorney's office, they're the ones who will work on this and will work so diligently. And while there is no motion yet, I'm not quite sure whether we'll be able to support an exemption for this. I would be much more in favor of the extension of the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bill de la Peña. Councilmember Adam has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Claudia, did you say you'd be in favor of the exemption of the moratorium?
No, an exemption that they were requesting to the moratorium. I know that I would not be in favor of
Oh,
that.
right. Okay. Got it.
Sorry.
Got it. Yeah. I think Claudia brings up a good point. Financial liability for different organizations around the city is certainly a problem that the city really can't assume responsibility for. If we did, it could really impact our local government. And again, the timing's kind of unfortunate here, and I'm afraid you got caught in the middle. However, I have to look at what's best for the entire city and the highest and best use of property. And God, you have such a prominent piece of property there that I really think we need to look at self-storage facility makes sense there. So, I will move that we extend the moratorium. I think that's the issue here. I think staff can get it done as expeditiously as possible. Maybe not necessarily go the whole 10 and a half months. And we'll see how it all turns out. So I will move 8B.
Thank you, Councilmember Adam. Councilmember Acme, your hand is up.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams sort of superseded my motion, but I wanted to just reiterate to city staff, managers, and so forth, how much of an impact the speed and accuracy and efficiency we do at city government really makes a difference on the organizations that exist in our community, the business owners, the employees, the residents. Because this is a prime example where this organization may go under if the moratorium continues, and they provide such valuable services to the cancer community that we have in Thousand Oaks. So it's, again, a bittersweet situation here. Glad we're going back to look at making the standards more of what we want here in Thousand Oaks. Bitter because it's going to impact in a big way. People have been in the pipelines who have put hundreds of thousands of dollars in process and now have to put it on hold, hoping they can claw their way back. And if they do qualify for a storage facility in the location they want to put it. So I'm going to wait until the votes happen and reserve at that time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. Do I see any other hands up? My only comment is sort of unique in of all my colleagues that I actually have volunteered at the Cancer Support. And the service that is provided there is second to none. But along with Councilmember Adam, I'm wearing a different hat today. I have to look at what is the criteria we're going to use for a storage facility anywhere in the city, much less at that corner. But I don't think we have the proper information yet on how to use that property as a storage unit or anything else. That's the reason for the moratorium, to allow staff to come back to us with some type of reasonable approach on this property. I would also like to echo Councilmember McNamee's and Councilmember Adams' urging that we get to this as quickly as possible so that there's some certainty for the council support and for the property owner. And that's very important to me as well. So with that, I think we do have a motion on the floor, and I see Councilmember Jones has now asked for the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, you are mute.
I'll be very quick. I'd reiterate what I said earlier. If we could exempt this one without exempting that gigantic one over near Teal Boulevard, I would I would move to do that. But I would agree with what Councilwoman De La Pena said. We, as a rule, we are, I'm sorry to say, because I've been a cancer patient a couple times myself, and I appreciate very much what you're doing. But we just can't make land use decisions, you know, as a rule, based on the financial situation of the people with property. So I'm going to reluctantly support the motion.
Very good. Then, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena,
Yes.
Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee,
A reluctant yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Aye.
and Mayor Engler.
Yes.
And that motion carries 5-0. And I do have an ordinance title to read into the record. Interim urgency ordinance extending ordinance number 1696 NS, which declared a temporary moratorium on the approval or issuance of any permit, license, or entitlement relating to applications for self-storage facilities. That's ordinance number 1697 NS.
Very good. We don't have any study sessions or department reports tonight. However, the successor agency, no report there. We do have a council member recommendation
Mayor,
that,
can we have a 5-minute break? Because I think we have a lot of public speakers on this issue, do we not?
yes, we do. We have over 50 now.
Yeah,
So I
we've
would,
been at this for close to 3 hours. Can we take 5, please?
hold on. I was going to say we take 5-minute break.
Sorry, Bob.
Let's keep it to 5 minutes because we do have 50 people waiting for their say, and I appreciate their patience, but let's keep our break very short.
Got it.
Welcome back to everybody. I'm going to wait just a second for all my colleagues to get back up online here. And then I'll have the clerk call roll one more time. They'll give us one more minute, then we'll get back to our discussions. Very good. Madam Clerk, I believe we have everybody back. Could you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Bill De La Pena?
Present.
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember McNamee?
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
I'm here.
Okay, and Mayor Engler is present.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody for understanding, giving us a little bit of a break. I think we're at your presentation, Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Thank you, Mayor Engler. Really appreciate the time. I know it's a little late, 9 o'clock, and a lot of speakers apparently. I'm sure several of them will not be in favor, but I'm glad to have this opportunity this evening to do something that should have been done over a year ago. And if anything, this is going to be a launch pad for a discussion that will be uncomfortable, but it is necessary. I was extremely disturbed by the white supremacy neo-Nazi incident on February 12th over the bridge, the overpass. And I wrote a memo, and the information is in here. So the protest on the Borchard Road overpass was seen by many, many people that were crossing and traveling through Thousand Oaks from other cities. The group that was on the overpass reportedly used a drone to film a recruitment video. These neo-Nazis were also training at a children's playground at Newberry Gateway Park, as was reported in the Thousand Oaks Acorn. This event was probably the most direct recent expression of bigotry in our community. As you recall, we had the hate-filled Westboro Baptist Church protest following the borderline shooting in 2018. We had vandalism of Black Lives Matter signs on Westlake Boulevard. We've had Hitler speeches airing over the PA system at a local high school. And last June, during a Juneteenth celebration at the Civic Arts Plaza courtyard, the grass, there were hundreds of racist fake dollar bills spread on the grass. And a couple of other incidents as well throughout the years. So unfortunately, you know, no matter how great a community like ours is, we're not immune from hatred, or even, as we saw, from white supremacy or neo-Nazi extremists. We know that according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, the FBI and other groups and agencies which hold and collect data, that the incidents against people of color, sexual orientation, and so forth, anti-Asian hate is up and has grown. We have statistics here in this particular memo. The FBI states that anti-Black or African-American hate crimes continue to be the highest, with nearly 2,900 incidents in 2020, and that is a 50% increase over 2019. Incidents against Asians grew actually 77% since 2019. We have the Anti-Defamation League also reporting 2,100 anti-Semitic incidents throughout the U.S. And in fact, last July, it was reported to the ADL that a woman had found a note on her car which read "Jewish lives don't matter," and this appeared to be in response to a Black Lives Matter sign that she had at her door. I'm not saying with this resolution or this memo that Thousand Oaks is a racist town. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that, and many in the community echo, is that we can no longer remain silent. And that is why I brought this forth. As I mentioned, last year when we had an opportunity to do something, we didn't do it because not giving it any attention, we were hoping would make it go away. But it didn't. The evil came back. And for me, that is the straw that broke the camel's back. I know when I first introduced this and mentioned it to staff and others, I was advised not to do it only because I would turn into a human piñata attacked by everyone. This wouldn't be healthy. And it's true, all of that came true. I'm accused of being an opportunist because I'm running for office and so forth. But to those who question my motives, I ask, when is a good time to stand up against white supremacy? Whether it's an election year or not, I, as an elected representative of the people, have an obligation to act. It doesn't matter exactly if it's an election year or not. I'm not going to not do my duty anymore because I happen to run for office. My job ends at the end of this year, and I will continue to do my job. So in putting this together, I decided not to go along to get along. And it is time that we as a city really send a message that Thousand Oaks, which is revered and looked upon, and we have a thriving economy and so forth, we owe it to those businesses and residents to make sure that we're welcoming of everyone. And we have taken steps to do that. Last year, we adopted the #1 goal about inclusivity and so forth. In fact, city staff is also and has been doing training through its I Evolve DEI program. So some of the things that were called for last year, such as efforts to create diversity and anti-racist education training in city offices, that is already being done. And also continuing investment with existing community programs and development of additional programs that need to be recognized. That is something that we still need to do. But what is already underway is the areas of housing, safety, all types of health and planning, and improving growth and policy through our general plan update. That is something that we are doing, and it is included in this latest resolution. I didn't create this resolution all by myself. There was input, obviously, because when you do something like this, you want to make sure that you include everybody. So really, I know that this is perceived as perhaps not doing enough. And that is why earlier today, I did have more discussion with staff, and we have an avenue really of bringing together a group of stakeholders and call it a roundtable of sorts, a DEI roundtable that would be run through, for example, it was mentioned Melissa Hurtado. She could be and she is the community liaison, as a matter of fact. So that is something that I would encourage that the council do. And I want to ask the city attorney whether this is something where we need to take a formal vote at the next council meeting, or is that something that staff can do to have Ms. Hurtado as a community liaison to start a roundtable discussion about hearing our residents of color, and what can be done. So really, this is what it is, and it's fairly simple, but the discussion and the steps that need to be taken immediately, that's going to take some time. And that is why we need input, and that's why we need to sit down as soon as we can, hold a roundtable discussion regularly, and move forward with many examples that have been sent to the city by various community members from policy guidelines from the National League of Cities, for example, and other areas. Again, this is a discussion that probably should have been had earlier, sooner, but I am no longer willing to just stand by and not say anything about this. This is something that I feel we really need to do. And I hope that my colleagues, this is not a resolution about me. This is a resolution to help our residents, people of color, and others feel safe and welcome. So I hope that again, my colleagues would be able to support this, and we would be able to move forward with further collaboration and discussions that would culminate also or be accompanied by additional assistance and avenues in our social justice, environmental element, as well as our arts and culture element. So that is in a nutshell. And I believe you all have had a chance, I hope, to read the resolution and open it up for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bildepena. Are there any questions from my council colleagues before we get to our numerous, and please be sensitive to the numerous people who are waiting to put their 2 cents worth in. Mr. McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Bill De La Pena. I have a question. Perhaps it's best answered by City Attorney, because as I've learned being on council for a short time, there's a process by which things are put through here in the City Council and put into action. And that process is there for a reason, I've been told, and I understand more as I've gotten more involved with city government, that we want to make certain it's done right. And there's a lot of checks that go into place to make certain it's done correctly. Because if not, we put the city at risk and the residents at risk. I would think my question would be for Mr. Powers and Ms. Noonan. Has this gone through the usual process? Has it passed legal scrutiny for our legal experts so we protect the residents in our city from making any missteps?
I'll let City Attorney Noonan weigh in on the legal component of this. So in regards to process, I can speak to the fact that we have our past practice, and our past practice, as you're aware, is traditionally our agenda has been set in a certain manner. We do have 2 pieces of code that are in conflict with one another. We have a piece of code that dates back some years that the city attorney can reference, and that piece of code was referenced by Ms. De La Pena as we brought this item forward tonight. The other piece of code is that the agenda is traditionally set by city manager in consultation with the city clerk and the mayor has been our past practice. But all that being said, I'll let Tracy weigh in on the other part of your question.
Thanks, Drew. So yes, as Mr. Powers mentioned, we do have various codes on how city council agendas are created. Our code sets forth that the city manager works with the city clerk to set the agenda. Our past practice for at least, the past 15 years that I have been around, the city manager and the mayor work together to put matters on the agenda. There is a policy that was adopted years ago by the city council that, to my knowledge, has not been utilized in this manner to put items on the agenda individually by a council member. But in the last, again, 15 years that I've been here, I'm not aware of that having occurred here.
Come back to the second part of my question is, has this gone through legal review? Because I don't claim to be an attorney, nor do I play one on TV, but I read through this and I'm seeing some major issues just from my naivete here of legal practice, that you've got some issues going on here that may put the city at risk. Am I correct in that it needs some, have you done a legal review on this?
So again, because of the manner that it's brought, this is not staff driven. Let me just be really clear here. This is a city council policy issue. It is not something that the city staff has brought forward. When it is a policy matter, the deference goes to the city council. Staff does not make policy. We implement policy based on the policies and mandates that are adopted by the city council. So in this case, it did not go through formal review. I did meet with Councilmember Bill De La Pena. There were some other provisions in there that I did express concerns, but I did not go over the resolution in detail.
So if we pass this resolution, is there a force of law behind it? Is there any way in which people can be arrested for hate speech or anything of that nature? Is there anything we do other than making a statement that we denounce this? Because last year we put through a wonderful statement, and if I can go back to, again, that resolution there or the goal setting last year to create a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community, regardless of race, color, ethnicity, religion, sex, physical and or mental ability, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, age, language, education, and or socioeconomic status. That is the direction we took last year to keep it positive, and that we are inclusive. We have a diverse population here, and that's the welcoming message we send to the people that come here to Thousand Oaks and the people that are here. Is there any force of law that this resolution will provide for us to arrest someone that puts up hate speech or anything like that?
So the resolution itself, based on my review of it, is more of a public denouncement of hate speech. In case you are not aware, hate speech is protected speech under the First Amendment. The government cannot control content of speech. So every person has the right to express their opinions, and that's the First Amendment in a nutshell. So you cannot criminalize expression. You cannot criminalize expression. You can criminalize conduct, but you cannot criminalize expression.
So as much as I denounce or do not accept this type of communication, this type of speech, there's nothing I can do about it because it's under the First Amendment, other than we can say we don't like it. Is that what you're saying?
You cannot criminalize it, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay, so there's basically no action other than we as a council will vote whether we like or dislike what was being said. Is there a way of which you can delineate? Because I've heard of other people say things that I would find uncomfortable and consider hate speech, but others may not. How do we delineate that?
Well, that's what the First Amendment is about. Again, the basis for the First Amendment is that the government cannot regulate the content of speech. So freedom of expression includes the freedom to not express anything and the freedom to express thoughts and opinions that are repugnant at times and disgusting at times and that are not popular at times. That's what the First Amendment is there for.
Now, is Chief Paris on? I have a question for him. Is this
Mr.
something that
McNamee?
we could say, this will be my last question for right now.
Thank you.
Are these people that are from Thousand Oaks that did this, or are these people that came in from outside the area? And I read something that this was a nationwide effort, all to happen on the same day of the 12th of February. Is that correct? I don't know if Chief Paris is on board. There he is.
Yes, I'm here. All indications are these are not local people. These are people that came from out of the area, and that this was part of a nationwide planned activity. Is that the only questions you had?
Well, just give me some background from a law enforcement standpoint as to who these people are. I mean, I've never seen this before in our city for the 25 years. My wife and I have lived here. We find it very welcoming and wonderful people that live here, and yet other council members are saying that, oh, this is becoming more rampant in our city. What's your sense of this? Because if anyone's going to complain, it'll be to the police as to racist type statements. Can you give me a flavor of what's going on in our city? You've got the pulse of it.
Well, Councilmember De La Pena outlined some incidents we've had recently. This particular group, from our research, started in April of 2021. They use the term White Lives Matter. They're communicating on an app called Telegram and coordinating these efforts. It appears there's a Northern California section of that, White Lives Matter, and a Southern California. They did a similar, what they call a banner drop in January, not in our county. They did this one in February, and they have dates planned every month of the rest of this year that they're going to do similar activities.
So they may be back and they're not from our community. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. They're not from our community. They may be back. We don't know where they're going to go, but we do know they have dates planned throughout the rest of this year.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, thank you. And if I have any other questions, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. I know we do have quite a few speakers. I don't see any more hands up, so let's go to our public speakers.
Mayor, actually, I do. Let me
Oh.
lower my hand.
Oh, I didn't see it, sorry.
I just wanted to state that I did have a discussion or meeting with staff in which legal city attorney's office did review the resolution and made some suggestions and changes which I made to the resolution. And that those were made when I believe last Wednesday or Thursday morning. Thank you.
Very good. Let's go to our public speakers then. We do have a number of public speakers, and we'll be going with no more than 2 minutes per person because we're at 50 people now. So if you can please limit your comments to 2 minutes, and if we will get everybody to the ability to speak as quickly as we can. So our first speaker up is Desta, and I'm going to mispronounce your last name. I'm sorry. Gorner?
It's Gaynor.
Gaynor. Thank you.
Hello, I live in Thousand Oaks with my family. My kids attend public schools here. I work at Cal Lutheran. I'm a member of the Conejo Valley Interfaith Association and a member of Holy Trinity Lutheran Church. And I speak in support of this anti-hate resolution. I ask that you condemn all acts of white supremacy and hate. I just heard Councilmember McNamee not actually say white supremacy in any of the language, and that's what we need to be doing. But this can't just be a resolution. There has to be action that follows. Our community and outsiders need to hear they will not be welcome here to drop their banners and to bring this hate into our community. So tell them that. We need to create a safe community. Our Black and Indigenous and colleagues and neighbors of color and culture, they deserve to not only think that they should be safe, they should be safe. They shouldn't be running around doing their errands on the weekends, seeing these banners drop. Even these things scare me, and they make my children fearful as well. I wish that you could hear some of the stories of our BIPOC students and employees at Cal Lutheran when they talk about being out here and seeing this kind of hate happening. We need to be beyond welcoming. We need to be safe. We need to help take care of our neighbors' basic safety. You don't have to do this work alone. I heard Councilwoman speak about this roundtable. Access people in the community, Cal Lutheran Interfaith Association, local clergy and faith leaders. Access people to help you do this work, not just pass a resolution. We can't celebrate diversity and culture until people's basic needs are met. So if we don't stand against this kind of hate, it will keep growing. I heard you say, well, this is new. It hasn't been here for 25 years. And we're hearing that it's growing and seeing. So stop it.
Thank you, Desta. Appreciate the comments. Our next speaker is Sally Hibbets. Ms. Hibbets. I see Sally on my screen here. I just don't hear her yet. There we go. Very good.
Me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Sally. Go ahead.
Hello?
There, you're back on, Sally. Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not a technological genius, but I am here tonight as a resident of the city of Thousand Oaks since 1972. And also I am speaking as a representative for the American Association of University Women. You city council members and mayor have received our letter, and I wish to read part of it aloud tonight. While we understand the First Amendment right to free speech, when that right is misused for hate speech, we all must speak out against that hate. Every resident of Thousand Oaks should feel welcome, safe, and valued. We are a diverse community, and it is that diversity which only makes us stronger and has contributed to the creation of our great city, state, and nation. AAUW has a long tradition of encouraging and supporting women and families of all races, religions, national origin, and sexual orientation. Our members are angered and appalled by the recent display of white supremacy and hate in our community. We will not stand silent, but will always speak out against those who seek to intimidate people and are too cowardly to show their faces. This resolution is not about partisan politics, but it is about being inclusive and caring. AAUW supports and celebrates diversity, equity, and inclusion in our organization, our city, and in all aspects of our society. We believe the vast majority of our citizens condemn hate speech and support their diverse neighbors. Many city and county organizations have already passed similar resolutions. Silence only emboldens those who wish to instill more fear, more division, and more hate. Therefore, the American Association of
Sally,
Universities...
your time is up, Sally.
Thank you very much and appreciate the opportunity.
And we now have Barry Diamond up. Mr.
Hi,
Diamond.
I'm Barry Diamond, a rabbi at Temple Adat Elohim and an active member of the Conejo Valley Interfaith Association. I appreciate the proposal being considered. Beyond the condemnation of the merchants of fear and hate, this resolution reaffirms our desire to create a community that encourages each of its citizens to swim in a pool of safety and justice. When we see those vulgar acts on Borchard Road overpass, when we see people hoping to fuel our fears, our mouths run dry. It is at these times that we must dip our cups in the well water of shared values and offer a drink to those who are frightened. When you, our city leaders, actively reaffirm the shared principles that allow us to thrive as a community, then we as citizens will actively work with you to strengthen our city of light and drive out the dark shadows that occasionally pass through our streets.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Alvaro de Rigli.
He's not on, our Mayor.
And next up is Robert Bland.
Good evening. Thank you for the privilege of speaking tonight. I want to begin by commending the city on its commitment to creating a more equitable and inclusive community. But I also want to point out that doing that requires action, requires people to stand up and be able to speak out in favor of that goal, especially when it comes under attack by those who are promoting hate and division in our community. It is the obligation of the leaders of our community to speak out and speak out strongly against that. I'd like to read you a quote from Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor, who once said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor and never the tormented." And so I think that it is imperative that we speak out, but not only speak out, but begin by speaking out. And I think this resolution is a step in the right direction, showing that the leadership of our city is opposed to the kind of hate speech and division and anti-Semitism demonstrated here in our community. And so I know that I believe this is the right thing to do. I believe also that there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. This is the right time, and passing this resolution is the right thing. So I would encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Willie Lubka.
Mr. Lubka is not on.
Then I see our next speaker is Tammy Colburn.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking our comments this evening. This resolution is a phony attempt at outrage. This is nothing more than a political grandstanding, an attempt to get attention for one city council member's campaign, and I think it's shameful. There are other things that we could do. We were all outraged by what we saw, but unfortunately, this falls under the First Amendment. And I hope that you will look at what this actually is meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Catherine Salient.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am, you're on.
Oh, thank you. My name's Catherine Salient. I'm a resident of Newberry Park, and I was appalled when I learned about the unfurling of the banner that had the 14 words, which is known by white supremacists. It's used by white supremacists around the world to drive a white supremacist worldview. And I am asking you that when a neo-Nazi group targets Thousand Oaks as a place it believes might be receptive to these messages, it's time to take a stand. Please support this resolution that is on the agenda this evening. We residents are relying on you as our elected representatives to tell the world publicly that Thousand Oaks will not welcome hate of any kind. Yes, it's a symbolic thing to do, but it's an important thing to do, and I hope it's a first step. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Jackson Piper is next up.
Hi. Thank you, and I want to say I appreciated the opportunity to speak earlier and the feedback I received then.
Welcome back.
And I really sincerely hope I'm not about to torch the goodwill that I seem to have created during that comment. But I really appreciate the effort that is being made by Councilwoman De La Pena and the City of Thousand Oaks here to approach this very sensitive topic. Hate is unfortunately a part of the world we live in and a part of our community, whether we want it to be or not. We need to speak up and stand against it. And while the speakers on the bridge, or the demonstrators on the bridge, are certainly within their free speech rights to express their hatred, however misinformed it is, what they cannot do is act upon that hatred in any manner, like physical manner or intimidating of any person they perceive as not belonging to their group. They cannot commit any other crimes like vandalizing, for instance, like the vandalism of the Black Lives Matter banner that happened last year. I think the community needs reassurance from, especially the community that is threatened by people such as these, that law enforcement and the city are on their side and will protect them if these demonstrators become more than just an angry voice that can be kind of dismissed. I also want to say on the issue of the hanging banner from the freeway overpass, isn't that a public safety or health concern? What if that was to drop onto the freeway and cause an accident? I would think going from demonstrating with the sign to demonstrating with a giant banner hanging over an overpass would be a bit of a public safety issue. That
Mr. Piper, your time is up, and thank you for speaking again.
Thank you.
Up now is Kelvin, I believe is Howell. Kelvin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a senior Cal Lutheran business student, and to me, it's very important to speak in support of the anti-hate resolution because I want us to exemplify the values of our city, but I also want us to be models for other cities. And while we can't control when others misrepresent our community, what we can control is how we react towards it. And along with showing my support, I'd also like to share an incident that our family experienced. January 24th of last year, someone put a note in my mother's car, and I'll share with you what it said. It said, quote, "Voiceless woman, voiceless just like a dog," end quote. She went to go buy paper for my 13-year-old sister, and this was in the parking lot where Office Depot used to be, right between Hillcrest and Moore Park Road, in front of the Jan's Marketplace. Was that acceptable? Was it wrong? Was it just? These acts are meant to harm people, right? And I know that's not who we are, and that's what I wanted to share tonight. And with that, I thank you all for the work you do and for recognizing and opposing these behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Miss Cindy Goldberg, please.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Goldberg, and I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as a resident of Thousand Oaks. I support the city's public affirmation denouncing racism and bigotry in our community. There's an old saying that ends, "If not now, when?" I understand that there was an anti-racism resolution presented to the council last year for review, and it never materialized on the agenda. I hope this time the city takes action. Most of my Conejo Valley neighbors share the sentiments expressed in this proposed value statement. We have different words we use to identify hatred and evil, but our community members' underlying values are the same. It should not be difficult to publicly state that there is no place for hate in Thousand Oaks. When I was a little girl, many of my family members believed that everyone who wasn't Jewish was an anti-Semite. It was in their minds a given. The Holocaust loomed large. A majority of our family had just been deliberately, systematically murdered. Those who survived were marked in ways that can never be fully understood. All irony aside, the dangers of hatred and an us versus them mentality were central themes in the messages I internalized from a very early age, and that's why I'm here. I am by nature a dot connector. The events of February 12th made it hard to ignore the connected dots. 14 words displayed on the Ventura overpass signaled that those who have hate have not only arrived, but they're among us, and they are strong enough to share their hatred in public. It makes the need for security guards at our synagogue feel all too real. I believe that if this doesn't make you at least a little unsettled, you're not actually paying attention. Our parks place a value on inclusive play spaces and open spaces. Our schools continue to teach the importance of including everyone on the playground and in the classroom. Resolutions are passed recognizing diversity, celebrating the contributions and cultural heritage that make our community and country strong. Most of our houses of worship continue to preach and teach about the centrality of extending love to everyone. Most of our homes teach the same value.
Ms. Goldberg, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lorena Sarawatari.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I am against the enacting of this anti-hate resolution. I don't know why my picture doesn't come out in there, but I am Mexican and I am married to a Japanese man. My children are biracial. We have lived here in Ventura County for the last 24 years, and we have never, ever encountered any hate-related crime. I tend to think that what is going on is just an opportunity to create something and to say, going with what that our culture is going right now, they are promoting hate, and they are saying that we all have to be inclusive or whatever. I as a Christian, by the word of God in the Bible, it tells me to love my neighbor. And I have found in here, in Ventura County, in Thousand Oaks, to be one of the safest places from crime and from how people relate to me. So I honestly think and believe that all this that is going on is nothing but a show put up by people that want to create division. I'm not going to say that everyone is perfect, because not everyone is perfect. But I'm going to remind everyone that we all are sinners. And as a Christian, I hope and pray that God will help me to be better. But yet, you guys don't think about, churches or school teaching. I work as an aide, and I know that we don't teach any longer
Lorena,
to be
Lorena,
respect others. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you so much. Next up is Joel Mancuso. Joel, are you there? Let's go forward then. Caleb is up next.
Council members. Good evening, council members. I am Caleb Standifer and have lived in Newbury Park for 29 years. The city of Thousand Oaks has a culture of loving and tolerant people. We are strong and resilient people. The character of our all-American city is shown by how we respect and love our neighbors in our city. Politicians don't make the character of our city. We do by our daily lives at work, in youth sports, in civic organizations, involvement in our churches, involvement in political organizations, and volunteering to help those who need help. The agenda preceding this item is what city government is about. We want our elected politicians to be accountable for the nuts and bolts of running our city government. This is what we elect the politicians to take care of. Do we need city government to calm and comfort us when some ignorant people from outside make an ugly spectacle? No, we don't. I believe it is a bad idea to give attention to those outside our community who come to stir up trouble. Just imagine ignoring them. The wonderful people of Thousand Oaks will not be intimidated nor persuaded by these yahoos. City Council, don't take the bait. There's never been any doubt about the character of the people of Thousand Oaks and its leadership. We understand that our right to freedom of speech is sometimes messy and allows people to say things we don't like. Our schools say students have learned resilience during the pandemic. We grown-ups are resilient, have a can-do spirit, and will navigate the challenges of free speech rights. Please vote no on this proposed resolution.
Thank you, Caleb. Let's call Joel again. That's Joel Mancuso.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't get it.
Very good. I'm glad you're back on.
Terrific. So why did a hate group choose to hang this banner on our overpass? Some tonight I've heard say maybe they thought they were welcome here, and I don't think that is, because there's no way. This is the wrong city in my viewpoint. Maybe they thought our outrage would give their banners media time, and obviously that worked. We now have an agenda item regarding these ignorant signs. Our city council has spent valuable time on a proposed resolution. It's been splashed on social media. It's made the newspapers. In my opinion, the treatment of this hateful banner has given it the attention the hate group was looking for. You gave it life. One hanging sign on an overpass is all it took. I moved here from Los Angeles 23 years ago, and the welcoming attitude in Conejo Valley was palpable then, and it's palpable now, and never has there been a hate thread through Conejo Valley. Why has a very poorly made banner on a freeway turned into a witch hunt for Conejo Valley hate? When I heard this was on the agenda tonight, I was so disappointed to see that our leadership was falling for this parlor trick on the overpass. Conejo Valley does not have a hate issue. Conejo Valley has a reputation for welcoming everyone who has set roots here. Don't let the passerbys envious of our community standards distract your view of the city you represent. I hope you strike down this resolution, which only resolves that we've always been doing, providing a welcoming place for all. A yes vote for this resolution is a clear vote for the political theater that has been created around an isolated issue. A yes vote for this resolution will only be made by those council members who are out of touch with the people who live in our city. Hate isn't a color. Hate is a viewpoint that can come from humans of varying skin colors. Deciding that it comes from one's color is racist. I would hope that everyone objects to judging one by the color of the skin. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Dennis Matlock, followed by Isaac Garcia. Mr. Matlock, are you there? There you are. Thank you, sir. Mr. Matlock, you are on. It appears we have some technical difficulties. Let me come back to Mr. Matlock, and we'll go to Isaac Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Isaac Garcia, and as president, I am representing the Latino Youth Leadership Group at Thousand Oaks High School, with members from Westlake and Newbury Park High School as well. Recent events have brought to light the existence of neo-Nazis and racism as a whole in our community. As a representative for a teenage Latino group in the area, I cannot allow our voices to be unheard, so when I speak for my group as a whole. We stand by Mrs. Claudia Bill de la Peña and the goal of authorizing an official position against bigotry, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and hate speech in the city of Thousand Oaks and its subordinate bodies. We do not despise you if you have not experienced racism or any other form of hate, but just because you have not experienced it does not mean others don't, and the ignorance to acknowledge it is great. Myself and my fellow group members have countless stories of racist events in the area throughout our lives. I wish I had the time to share every single one of them to show you how persistent racism is in our community. Our lives are constantly affected by the actions of others expressing their beliefs, and as strong as our self-worth may be, it takes its toll. We do not want to live in an area with people who don't accept us, and we will not move because it is our home. I don't mean to jump ahead to solutions, so I will refer to a quote by Margaret Heffernan. You cannot fix a problem you refuse to acknowledge. This quote represents the city's situation to the dot. The problem we have is racism and other forms of hate. We have heard the condemnation of acts like these, but we have yet to hear the acknowledgement of their existence in our community as a persistent and far too common event. The moment we take that step forward, we can begin searching for solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Appreciate it. I think we'll go back to Mr. Matlock, followed by John Cummings. Mr. Matlock, are you there? Seems to be some more technical difficulty, so we'll go to Jonathan Cummings.
Good evening. I'm John Cummings, and I run the advocacy group Indivisible Conejo. I'm happy to see that this resolution is generating such intense discussion among our community and its leaders. I hope you'll listen particularly intently to the voices of Black, Jewish, Latino, and other residents who currently have every reason to question their safety and their sense of belonging in this community. They need substantive action, not merely words on a page. This gang of white nationalist thugs clearly found our community to be fertile ground for their messaging and recruitment, based on multiple, well-documented racist incidents they've seen locally in recent years. It's crucial that you begin the work of reversing that perception with real actions so that Nazis no longer consider our city their potential territory. This resolution may be one tool you use to promote equity and inclusion, but it mustn't be the only one. Last year, 805 Resistance proposed a racial justice commission and other actions that this council failed to consider. I hope you'll take them up now and take concrete steps to combat both systemic and incidental racism in our community. This is no time for caution. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. I still see Dennis Matlock on our screen. Dennis, if you can unmute and see if we can get you this time. Still can't hear you, Mr. Matlock. So let me go on to our next one, and I'll come back to you, sir. Our next is Marianne Van Zyl, followed by Ms. Watnick.
Thank you, Mayor Engler, and thank you, Councilmember Bill De La Pena, for bringing this forward. I hope you listened to the message put forward by Isaac Garcia. As a white person, I can feel ashamed. I can feel disgusted, but this message was not for me. It was intended to hurt people who are not white. It clearly said that on the banner. So please listen to the people of color, the Jewish people, the people who are members of the LGBTQ community who might speak. These are the people who are being told that they don't belong in our society. I know our council has often a very kind of strict interpretation of what is council business. We pave the streets. We're lucky enough to live in a city that has money to fix a reservoir in an emergency. We have a gold-plated wastewater treatment plant. And so in the past, these types of social issues have not been considered to be the business of city council. But when our residents are threatened and told that they do not belong in our society, it is city council's business. I do not see why it should be hard for all of you to vote for this resolution and statement of anti-hate. And for those of you who use the weak excuse of it not being within the city's purview, your vote against it is the same as someone who perhaps has the sympathies of that were described in this message. So please, why is it hard? Why is it hard to vote against hate? Why? I don't get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Van Zyl. I'll go back now and see if I can pick up Mr. Matlock. Mattock, I mean. Dennis, are you there? Dennis, I think they need you to accept a promotion to be able to speak. And I'll come back to you shortly. Next up is Sunette Watnick. Sunette is not on, therefore we're going to Rosanna Guerra.
Thank you, Mayor Engler and City Council. My name is Rosanna Guerra, and I am a resident of the City of Thousand Oaks since 1993. I would like to voice my support in favor of the city's adoption of the anti-hate resolution placed before you this evening. What our community experienced days ago was an act of aggression and intimidation by a group that somehow came to the conclusion that their message of white supremacy would be welcome in Thousand Oaks. Why here and why now? Our city has had several incidents of reported hate crimes since the pandemic against Asian Americans. Those that have been reported, however, represent a small fraction of the incidents that go on because of fear of retribution and lack of any accountability by laws in place. Victims are silenced. During the George Floyd murder, people were pepper sprayed by a motorist, and I personally witnessed a man trying to antagonize a peaceful protest. We cannot be silent and ignore the warnings of groups either within our city or outside our community. That's whole purpose is to destabilize and intimidate. blind eye that we as a community have had towards welcoming fringe groups only sends one clear message, that as long as it doesn't bother the majority, it's okay. Victims of racial injustice, victims of the Holocaust, all live within our town. And seeing these types of display by white supremacists only triggers the memory of the horrors of years past. What about our veterans who have fought in Iraq and Afghanistan for developing countries' rights to an equal government and come home to these displays of white supremacy? We must say a resounding no to anyone, any group that promotes hatred as part of their mantra.
Thank you, Ms.
Please
Guerra.
pass. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next up is Cindy Liu, followed by Danielle Bloom, and I'll also try to go back and pick up Mr. Mattock. Ms. Liu.
Good evening. My name is Cindy, and I'm part of We Belong 805, an advocacy group for disability justice. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for over 15 years and have kids in our public schools. We love this community, but honestly, I don't always feel it loves me back. The other day I was out and about and someone felt it was okay to shout "Ching Chong Chinaman" at me. And I'm just glad my kids weren't there to witness such ugliness. To be crystal clear, racism exists in this community. Ms. Bilda Pena cited multiple examples of racist acts, and they are not from outsiders. So when some members of our city council soft walk or seem to dismiss that these acts are isolated incidents from outsiders, you are part of the problem in being intellectually dishonest. We want council to send a message, but this message isn't strong enough. Fortify this resolution with stronger action, because I don't want to attend another vigil highlighting AAPI hate crimes with little action that follows. For too long, members have endured a deafening silence from the dais as racist rhetoric spewed into these meetings and spread into our community. Sadly, your silence has not only been an acceptance of that rhetoric, but contributed to its growth. The time to simply denounce racism has long gone. The community now expects tangible action, policy, and resources devoted to root out racism in our community. Put money behind it, put people behind it, put metrics and goals behind it. Instead of this resolution, develop a policy that expands the seats on the traffic and planning commissions that are reserved for members that represent diverse racial groups, our aging and disabled populations. Instead of this resolution, create a public safety task force or a DEI commission. Don't resolve to do something and leave it all to the general plan process. We can do better than that, and you will have community support. Instead, be like Nike and just do it. Thank you.
Next up, I'll take Daniel Bloom, followed by Joanna Jones.
Danielle Bloom from Thousand Oaks. I am inspired by this quote by Audre Lorde. And when we speak, we are afraid our words will not be heard nor welcomed. But when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak. So despite my own fears, I'm speaking here. Hate speech, especially white supremacy, is very frightening to me personally as a person of Jewish descent with a young family. But what makes me feel truly unsafe is the lack of action by our city's leaders. This hate is learned. These learned attitudes and behaviors can be unlearned with education and dialogue. Our Thousand Oaks community has incredible members, such as those members of 805 Resistance, who have already spent time and effort to address this obvious need, and we all need to listen. And regardless of those whose intolerance and hate cannot be changed, it is imperative for our city and local leaders to show our community with words and actions that we will not stand for hate and intolerance. I call on each council member and our council as a whole to unequivocally denounce white supremacy, Nazis, hate, and intolerance, and to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion are prioritized. We need to listen to the people impacted by these terrible things, especially so that those targeted will feel safe to come forward. If you, our city leaders, won't take a stand against Nazis, What will you take a stand against? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Johanna Jones, followed by Sean Meridian.
Okay, there we go.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah. City Attorney, City Managers Council. Claudia used the term she had to go along to get along, but I will tell you that that's a position of privilege, that she's been playing nice politics, which has left a huge portion of our population unprotected and unrepresented. In fact, Claudia's playing nice politics were the initial messaging against White Lives Matter and wanted us not to be so angry at 805 resistance.
Ms. Jones, if you can direct your comments to everyone,
Everything else is
please.
everything to everybody. When and every time there is not a trustworthy government, the people will be angry. That is our right, and it's our built-in method of accountability to the leaders that we voted in. And so we are angry. We're angry that you've ignored us for over a year in asking for this. We're angry that you've never spoken against racism in your roles in City Council. We're angry that you made equity and inclusion a priority in the plan and then failed to follow up with action. We're angry that you failed to create a resolution with the input from the populations that everyone is speaking for. We're angry that people are trying to use the resolution as a play for politics, tokenizing the people they should be protecting. We're angry that the whitewashed version of this resolution has no action plan and implementation, much like the statement of the general plan. We're angry at this governing board. We're angry that we have presented continuous examples of racism in and around Conejo Valley, and that all of you have failed to speak or take action while we were all being affected. Saying Thousand Oaks is a welcoming place. It's not a surprise to us that White Lives Matter has identified this city as fertile ground. And after hearing McNamee's comments right now, they're going to continue to feel protected. You have failed all people of color, LGBTQ, non-Christian residents of this town. You have created the fertile ground that they are here to speak. I urge the city manager and council to commit to the creation of a resolution that is strong and implemented with policy, with finances, with actual action. I commit that we will continue to fight and we will continue to be vocal on our side until that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And a reminder to everybody to try to direct your comments to the council as a whole. That way we can keep our decorum as intact as possible. Next up, we have Sean Meridian, and followed by Charles Wilhite.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council Member Sean Meridian, Thousand Oaks. I am sorry, but this resolution is an insult to those seeking real and meaningful accountability and action against hate speech, bigotry, and anti-Semitism of all types in our community. The sponsor of this resolution cares more about a campaign headline and winning a supervisor's seat than real accountability and individual respect. Last summer, I came before this council requesting a resolution condemning bigotry, hate speech, and anti-Semitism against a Jewish family that's been part of this community for 50 years. The reprehensible conduct that I was seeking accountability for wasn't at the hands of transients passing through town seeking attention, but rather from our own elected officials. Indisputable evidence was presented to this council to condemn Supervisor Linda Parks and her allies for intentional and deliberate personal attacks on a Jewish family. This Jewish family needed to suffer more by their hands, and by their government was their precise words, printed in black and white for all to read. What did the sponsor of this resolution do about it? Absolutely nothing. How could she, when in fact she would be condemning her own mentor, idol, endorser for county supervisor? But it gets worse, because the bigotry, hate speech, and anti-Semitism doesn't end with Linda Parks. The very sponsor of this resolution was conspiring with Parks to carry out the very actions she was also being asked to condemn. Shame on them. If they want to end bigotry, hate speech, and anti-Semitism, they must start from within, not passing meaningless resolutions to bolster political campaigns. Once our elected representatives are held accountable for their actions, the rest of us will take resolutions like this more seriously. Until then, Please stop manipulating our community.
Thank you, Mr. Meridian. Next up, we have Charles Wilhite, followed by Jay Guerrera.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Chuck Wilhite. I've lived in Newbury Park for 38 years, raised 3 children, have 6 grandchildren. Each of my kids married local folks, and they still live here. We love this community. It is the most welcoming, embracing of all races and nationalities in this community. We have Amgen, we have the agricultural community, which all bring in multicultural individuals to this community. I've never heard any incident except for this one disgusting incident last week. And I think you're taking an opportunity to give them exactly what they wanted. They wanted the attention, they wanted the headlines, they wanted exactly what you're doing here. I strongly encourage the council not to go down this path. This type of stuff only leads to division. And there's already been a couple other speakers tonight talked about, let's take these next steps, and all of a sudden now you have a commission, now you have a committee, now you are beginning pitting races against races. Don't go down this path. Don't take the bait. This county has been devastated over the last 2 years with business shutdowns, church shutdowns, people differing on vaccines and masks. This has been so divided. It's a time to bring us together and not go down this ugly, ugly path. Please vote against this.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Jay Guerra, followed by Mark Francois. Mr. Guerra, I don't see you on my screen. Very good, there you are. Okay, very good. He just got off. We'll go with Mark Francois.
Good evening. My name is Mark Francois. I'm Director of Policy and Partnerships for the Haitian American Caucus, a volunteer for Say Their Names LA, an alumni of Cal Lutheran, and I've lived here for most of my life. We like to pretend that hate has no home in Thousand Oaks. This is a lie. Having spent most of my life in the Conejo Valley, I can attest to witnessing countless displays of hatred, both overt and implicit. We live under a veil of white privilege masquerading as welcoming safety. Racist violence, and this was an act of violence, is a problem white people need to solve, not a problem people of color need to overcome. We must stand in solidarity with our Black, Latino, Asian, Jewish, Muslim, and LGBTQ neighbors against these monsters who would seek to harm them. Councilwoman Bill De La Peña's resolution offers a nice sentiment, but little more. We need you, the council, to center people of color in your actions and take up the proposal put forth previously by 805 Resistance to ensure Nazis, Proud Boys, 3%ers, Oath Keepers, the Klan, and all white supremacists know they are not welcome here, and their activities won't be tolerated in any form. Racist hate and violence have been demonstrably on the rise across the country since 2009, as chronicled by the Southern Poverty Law Center's Hate Watch and testified to by our own Department of Homeland Security. It's long past time for the council to not just acknowledge, but act upon this reality. Elections are in November, and the candidate filing deadline is 6 months from now. The cops and the Klan go hand in hand. ACAB, I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Patricia.
Want me, Chase? Good man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, you're on.
Hi, council, mayor. Yes, I'm shocked this is coming up because I've been talking about this since 2014. I always said it should be a forethought instead of an afterthought because racism is here. It has been here. I have a friend that grew up here and she has talked about it. She said it's been here her entire life and she's white. So I'm shocked. I've contacted every elected official from the bottom up. They've chose to ignore it. And something needs to be done and something is better than nothing. And I look at all the faces out up there and you all know me and you know my son. And you sit there and you don't want to deal with it. And I'm quite frankly ashamed and I'm hurt. As a Black woman and the mother of a Black son, you all ought to be ashamed of yourself. And I'm hurt. I'm hurt that you would act like that, and you come, you smile in our face. Some of you will hug us, and then you don't want to deal with the issue. It's here. And Chase and I have dealt with it since Donald Trump got in office and before he got in office. It's here and it's real. And for people to say it's like Sesame Street and Thousand Oaks, it is not. And I dare all the council members, come sit down and have a conversation with me. I know how to be civilized. I dare the staff. I dare the city manager, the city attorney. You know me, you know my son. Come sit and talk to us. Look me in my face. Look my son in my face. See what we go through. See what we fear when we were walking on the street last year and people in trucks with Trump flags would turn around and drive as close to the curb as they could to frighten us. And we had done nothing. You talk about freedom of speech. Where is the freedom to be left alone? The laws need to be changed. And I'm going to change them because I sit on the board of the ACLU that represents Ventura, and I'm going to change the laws with or without you all's help.
Thank you, Patricia.
Something's better than nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tim Totten.
Longtime partner in crime, Linda Parks, along with hateful and divisive, indivisible, and 805 resistance types, introduce another completely bogus racist slander against the good people of Thousand Oaks and Ventura County. Here's my resolution. Whereas candidate for Sheriff Jim Fryhoff told me directly Ventura County does not have a racism hate crime problem, whereas half a dozen racist cretins randomly, haphazardly, and suspiciously appeared up and down the coast, and whereas some council career politicians are running for election to another office to continue that suckle of tax dollars and cheap aspiration to political power, whereas low information voters have been repeatedly victimized by weak career politicians such as De La Pena and Parks by constantly being told they are victims of a non-existent manufactured racist society narrative, whereas the same career politicians who have never solved any intermittent racism, that does exist despite being in office for so very long, whereas those same career politicians that either manufactured this racist narrative or were in charge while such racism grew, now at election time will solve it. And whereas the good people of Ventura County are sick and tired of race baiting, tax dollar suckling, do-nothing lifetime politicians. Now, therefore, voters in the June 7 election have a wonderful opportunity to replace these race baiters with fresh faces, fresh ideas, and honest governance to uplift and break free from the same old type of politician by A, never voting for the likes of De La Pena and Parks again, B, choosing a fresh face with fresh ideas to replace them, C, talking with your friends and family about making a change. The same type of politician has ruled over Ventura and California for decades, and what has that gotten us but an out-of-control homeless problem, skyrocketing crime, inequity of outcome, and a more divided state than any other time in history.
Mr. Todd, your time is up. Thank you. Next up, we have Heather May, followed by Janie Alberg. Heather, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
I work in Newbury Park, and when I heard about what was going on the bridge, I wanted to step forward and let you know. Obviously, we as a community all stand against white supremacy and racism, but a resolution is not going to stop hateful people from being hateful. And this, in my opinion, appears to be a politically motivated proclamation. This is a very similar proclamation that's been made by other city councils within our city, within our county, and throughout the country. And it's in an effort to paint people with opposing political views as hateful racists that must be stopped, instead of focusing on actual policies that are going to be helpful to the citizens in our city, county, state, and country. And it also creates a victim class Making these blanket statements diminishes the true strength and capabilities of people of color. It insinuates they're less than and they require help and protection, and they are not capable of taking care of themselves, and that your policies, which are very helpful and supportive of people of color, are not going to be effective because people say mean things. The good news for people of color in our city, county, and state and country is that we are Americans, and as an American, you can be and do anything you aspire to be, regardless of the pathetic words of ignorant people and the stupid signs they want to try and hang from banners in the city of Thousand Oaks. And I would even challenge the fact that they're actual white supremacists that were standing on a bridge with black hoods over their faces. I mean, seriously? You want to bet that they're actual white supremacists? I highly doubt it. And I'd love to get some results as to who those people actually were.
Thank you, Ms. May. Your time is up. Janie Alberg, followed now by LaShawn Aaron.
Oh my God. Hello, I'm a 10-year resident of Thousand Oaks. If a robust resolution was passed last year, this meeting would have ended. I had a privacy fencing on the overpasses, so we don't have to deal with a lot of this. This resolution is weak and has no action behind its words. Condemn white supremacy and racism. End white silence. Do more, do better. Create a diversity, equity, and inclusion commission. Write a resolution written for and by the community that it's meant to protect. There's a saying, if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? Here's a question for all of you. If citizens and residents say that there is or have personally experienced with hate and racism in Thousand Oaks, does the City Council of Thousand Oaks do something about it? Does it happen? Are you supporting all the residents of TO or just the ones you know and that look like you? When a building is on fire, do you watch it burn or do you try to put it out? If a community organization like 805 Resistance or the Interfaith Organization creates a comprehensive resolution in 2020, why ignore it? Do you need more examples of hate in our town in addition to what the city council member listed? Vile rants shouted at allies standing on Thousand Oaks Boulevard over the summer of 2019. In 2018, Newbury Park High School, my daughter was a freshman, experienced hate from students that would call her and her boyfriend's name, including a stupid N-word. In 2019, neo-Nazi symbols were written on the desk in science class, and when removed, would appear again and again, and were practically carved into the desk. Hashtag TO strong. Is Thousand Oaks strong? Are we strong? Are we standing up to this hate? Do something.
Thank you. Next up, I believe, is LaShawn Aaron.
Good evening. One of the themes that I continue to hear that surprises me is that you all are so surprised about racism and acts of racism. I just can't understand how it still is a surprise to you all. We have spoken time and time again at city council meetings. We have had children tell their stories, personal anecdotes of racism and their experiences, and yet we still continue to want to say that we're surprised. Are we really surprised, or are we being complicit? Because that is what I see. I see complicity and I see silence from council members and unfortunately some community members as well that keep coming to these meetings saying, well, I don't see racism. Well, you're not Black, so how could you experience it? You're not Latina. How could you experience it? And some of us, unfortunately, also have internalized racism. That's another concept I'll say for a different meeting. The issue that I see here with the resolution is, like many callers have stated, it is weak. We don't need any more declarations. Those are just as good as decorations. We need action, as many of the other callers have also stated. Put some money behind it, people of color need to be at the table, not who you handpick and who is palatable and who is acceptable to you. Those community members. It doesn't have to be me, because I know I'm a threat to a lot of you, because you don't like what I have to say and you don't want me to say it. However, there are many other community members who stand strong, care about others, care about the community. Bring the people to the table. We don't need any more useless DEI task force. We have too many already that really don't do too much, because it's full of bureaucracy and it's full of insiders who dictate what goes on. Community members of color, those marginalized communities need to be at the table. And we don't need city officials handpicking those people.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron.
You're welcome.
Next up is Valerie Aguilar Quintanilla, followed by Adrian Maranga.
Good evening, Kalia Bila Pena and Thousand Oaks City Council members. My name is Valerie Aguilar, and I'm here in support of the anti-hate resolution. I've been a member of the Thousand Oaks community for the last 13 years, and I've witnessed forms of racism and other hateful incidents ever since I was a child. Growing up in Thousand Oaks as a young Latina, I witnessed hostility towards my own family and other people of color within the community. When I last spoke at City Council in advocacy for equity and diversity, I was met with an immense amount of dissent, not only from the public, but from our own council members. Council members who have denied the existence of racism in Thousand Oaks because they have essentially never experienced it. Now, in light of recent demonstrations that displayed white supremacists proudly waving their hateful speech, I ask that we consider what went wrong. To the city council members who publicly stated that racism doesn't exist in Thousand Oaks, do you see it now? To the public that refused to believe that minorities have struggled with hate in this community, are you seeing it now? What has been witnessed this month should not be treated as an isolated event. From the vandalism of Black Lives Matter signs, anti-Semitism speech and symbols within our schools, and white power infiltrating our Juneteenth celebration, it is very apparent that racism exists in this community. And the lack of a response from our council members is appalling, because what I see is a lack of accountability from our elected officials. As elected officials, you are sworn in to serve the public, not only the predominant white public. Therefore, I'm asking our city council members to advocate and create an environment that the POC population of this community desperately needs. It is not enough to be individually not racist. We must advocate ourselves as an anti-racist community and advocate for anti-racist leadership to address the root issues within this community. All eyes are on you, city council members, and I hope you will do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrea is not on, so we will go now to Carol Shelton, followed by Marianne Hosseini.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carol Shelton. I have lived in Thousand Oaks for 40 years. I, like many others, am shaken by the brazen show of white supremacy and advocacy for white supremacy on February 12, 2022. They were not just words, they were actions. This cannot and must not be tolerated in Thousand Oaks. We all must stand up and speak out against racism, anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and all forms of hate. I am the Vice President of Adelante Comunidad Conejo, and I am sure many of you remember the stories of microaggressions and overt acts of racism that our community members shared with you and continue to experience on a daily basis. While I had not intended on saying this tonight, neo-Nazis have been in Thousand Oaks for as long as I have been here. This is not something new. This is really not something new, sadly. As a parent of children with disabilities, my one ask is that you include physical or mental ability on the 7th whereas that begins with city leaders. This will mirror language in City Goal 1. Our neighbors with disabilities need to be seen as valued and equal members of our society. I support the resolution before you here tonight. Our city leaders must take a position that makes it clear that hateful bigotry will not be tolerated. And this resolution is the first step. I look forward to the city-led actions that will show these neo-Nazis that Thousand Oaks will not tolerate anyone using our beautiful and diverse community to sow hatred. I respectfully ask for all council members for an aye vote on this important resolution to take a stand against hate and white supremacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Newman, followed by Leanne Holland.
Good evening, Mayor Engler and council members. I am David Newman of Thousand Oaks, Planning Commission Chair, speaking tonight as a private citizen. There is a temptation to treat this repugnant event as an isolated incident and just ignore it. But it wasn't isolated. The white supremacist flash mob here in Thousand Oaks was one of many that day across the state and the nation. The FBI reports racially motivated hate crimes increased 41% between 2016 and 2020. And last year alone, 1 in 4 American Jews reported being the target of anti-Semitism, according to the American Jewish Committee. Against that backdrop, ignoring this incident is like standing in a downpour and saying, if we don't talk about the rain, maybe it will just go away. We cannot just wish this problem away. As council members, you face many difficult decisions, often having to make tough judgment calls between different shades of gray. There is no gray here. Either we stand against racism and anti-Semitism, or we don't. This should be the easiest vote you make all year. In closing, I'll note that the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s, the one that made America a more just and equal society, produced several songs that became anthems. One of these, of course, was We Shall Overcome. Another was in the form of a question, and it is the same question that you face tonight. Its title was Which Side Are You On? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Leanne Holland is up, followed by Stephen Foreman.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, council members, and city staff. My name is Leanne Holland, and I live in Newbury Park. I want to be clear that I believe it is the responsibility of all of our leaders and our community members to stand up and speak out against racism, anti-Semitism, white supremacy, and all forms of hate. Bigotry and those who promote such hateful ideas should have no place in Thousand Oaks. Yet following the hateful incident that took place in our community on February 12th, BIPOC community leaders, whose voices I respect, have expressed strong differences of opinion on whether or not allies should support this resolution. Some feel that it's crucial to stand united against hate in response to the February 12th incident, to reassure our neighbors, friends, and families who feel targeted and intimidated, and also to put the white supremacists on notice that our community will not tolerate their hate speech and fear-mongering. Others feel that this resolution is not strong enough, does not have specific actions attached, nor does it recognize the work and requests of BIPOC community leaders and groups who have been striving to bring attention to and to address ongoing issues of race and equity in our community. To me, this signals that there is much more work to be done by our city leaders beyond tonight's resolution. I hope that you will have a unanimous vote to approve this resolution tonight. I hope that the story will spread that you all took a stand against hate and white supremacy. I also hope that you will take this opportunity to engage with our community's BIPOC leaders who are telling you what needs to change in Thousand Oaks to make our city's top goal a reality. If we want a community that's truly equitable and inclusive for all, I believe it's necessary to do both. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Stephen Foreman, followed by Linda Carl and Lisa Powell. I understand Stephen Foreman has fallen off, so we'll go straight to Linda Carl, followed by Lisa Powell.
Good evening, Mayor Engler, City Council members, community. My name is Linda Carl. I have lived in Thousand Oaks for about a quarter of a century. I am the president of Adelante Comunidad Conejo, And as it may be of your knowledge, on February 26th, Adelante Comunidad Conejo will be hosting our monthly marketplace, where we typically serve about 200 families, residents of Thousand Oaks primarily. As we prepare, I'm concerned that the events of February the 12th may cause some of those vulnerable families to shy away due to their awareness that the haters are here and the city isn't willing to stand firm against hatred and racism. About a year ago, Adelante Comunidad Conejo encouraged many of our community members to come and share with you their stories of microaggressions and other discriminatory practices. Some city council members' response was one of doubt and disbelief. Tonight, you all have an opportunity to take the first step towards showing that a community as diverse as Thousand Oaks does not tolerate hatred and racism. I ask that you pass the resolution as the first step towards a clear action plan to squash any attempt to see Thousand Oaks as fertile ground for white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Up now is Lisa Powell, followed by Karen Meyer.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Powell, longtime Thousand Oaks resident. I would by no means call this resolution before you bold or a blueprint for radical change. In fact, I find it so subdued that I would find it shocking if any council member would refuse to vote for it. Any sort of anti-hate or anti-racism resolution has been a long time coming to our city. There have been many calls for such a resolution since summer of 2020. The resolution offered to the city by local group 805 Resistance was excellent. There are resources, including templates for resolutions created by the National League of Cities and the Government Alliance on Race and Equity that have been suggested to all of you many times over. That said, the city needs to begin to address racism and issues of inequity and hate, and I'm viewing this resolution as a kickoff to that work. Dr. Irene Pinkard, distinguished former Oxnard City Council member and 2021 Woman of the Year for our Assembly District, said recently, if politicians don't address racism, it will get worse. I agree. Addressing racism and hate shouldn't be controversial or political. It's just the right thing to do, especially when we've had not only a very blatant display of white supremacy in our community recently, but multiple instances of racism in recent times. Some of them have been mentioned here. Go watch the video from the Anti-Asian Hate Forum that was held last year, the news coverage on the racist act before the Thousand Oaks Juneteenth celebration, the comments of community members at council meetings about their experiences with racism in our city, and social media posts on racist incidents in Thousand Oaks schools. Strong and ethical leadership means addressing, engaging, and acting on these issues. Use existing frameworks. Look to the numerous other cities across the state and the country. Engage in anti-racism and equity work, including cities that are similar in size and demographics to Thousand Oaks. Please endorse this resolution or any previous draft that has been provided to you. Listen to residents who are people of color. Learn and develop your understanding of these issues. Take action. Create active policies and programming like some of those suggested tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. Karen Meyer, followed by Kyle Robach.
My name is Karen Meyer, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 28 years. This resolution is completely unnecessary and possibly even a potential violation of the First Amendment. Thousand Oaks has a culturally diverse population who lives, works, and socializes together. I don't want to see one disgusting, cowardly act by a small group of outsiders force our city council to address this heinous act with an official resolution that makes our residents look like racist and white supremacists. Do not give this group that kind of power. Thousand Oaks is not a bigoted racist community, and it surprises me that you think it is. You cannot eradicate bigotry, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and hate speech with a resolution. To think that the adoption of this resolution will end these atrocities is naive. This resolution misleads the public into thinking that racism is so prevalent in our community that we need to address it in this drastic manner. This resolution does nothing to convert any racist individual into changing his or her misguided beliefs. The best thing we can do is address this evil act for what it was, a small group of vile people who are desperately trying to paint our city, our county, and our country with their hateful ideals. By ignoring it, we take its power away. If we were a racist community, you would not have seen the immediate outpouring of condemnation and disgust from our community on social media and in the local papers. They all exploded with comments denouncing this atrocious attack on our city. Please vote no on this misleading, unnecessary, and misguided resolution, and instead praise our city for its open, welcoming, and inclusive attitudes and its quick reaction to damn the perpetrators of this vile incident. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kyle Rohrbach, followed by Murtaza Morgi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Kyle Rohrbach, a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks. I grew up here and have the privilege of making my home and raise my son here. And as someone who was raised a white man, I often describe our city as a slice of heaven, a place where I feel safe, supported, and welcomed. This means it's easy to fall into a place of ignorance where we believe that racism cannot and does not exist here, and therefore nothing can nor should be done about it. It means objectively racist actions like those over the freeway serve as a stark reminder that even in a place as idyllic as Thousand Oaks, we are not immune. And it means that we need to take a hard and probably discomforting look in the mirror, acknowledging that a history filled with inequality consequently still affects us today. And for a city that prides itself on being innovative and groundbreaking, to bury our heads in the sand when it comes to issues as urgent as racism goes against everything that we say that we are. You've already had an opportunity to take action, gifted with a resolution born right out of our own community from the people who suffer by racism the most, and yet that effort was largely ignored. Why? Denouncing white supremacy and hate, being anti-racist, is not controversial. We're talking about who we are as a community, what our values are. And it stands to reason that creating a community that makes all residents feel safe and welcomed is the absolute bare minimum. And that takes work and humility. And I want to know if you on the council believe in the words that you created in the city's inclusion goal. Because if you hold yourselves accountable to those words, your words, you will all vote in favor of the resolution tonight. It's quite literally the least you can do. And on its own, it's not enough. Sending a message is not enough. If you are accountable to those words, you will invite and welcome the BIPOC community and other marginalized communities to the table to create an actionable schedule with measurable goals to do the work. Now is the time to see if you can be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murak. Next up, we have Murtaza Morgi and Luis Mora, you're next up.
Good evening, council members. I'm a resident of the Conejo Valley, and I urge you to support the anti-hate resolution and its clear condemnation of white supremacy and hate. As city council members, you are community leaders, and your voice can have an impact. Your support of this resolution should clarify to our community that racism exists here, and we must work against it. Really, the city council should go far beyond this resolution, in both word and action. But it would be a truly sad reflection on our community if this council isn't even willing to take this long overdue baby step to condemn hate. What message would that send to our minority communities? When our community leaders are silent, it encourages and emboldens bigotry. If you're silent today, and if you vote against this resolution, you'll be doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Murtaza. Luis Mora up now with Robert Elwain, McElwain up after that. I'm told that Luis is not there now. So Robert, are you there?
I'm here. I don't have a good video, so I was trying not to do that. Anyway,
we can hear you fine. We can hear you good.
Okay, fantastic. So basically, I don't want to take 2 minutes, but I thank you for all staying up so late on this cold evening. So I'd just like to put in my word to back officially adopting the resolution. Somebody called it a value statement, and I think that's all it is. It's a value statement. It needs to be said. And to me, this is standing up against another type of graffiti. We stand up against graffiti. We remove it when we see it. This is more like a temporary graffiti, but it leaves a stain on the mind. And so we need to remove the stain on the mind. That's it, really. I yield back the rest of my time. I'd rather just listen to the pulse of the city.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Neil Edwards, followed by Cindy Pena. Looking for Mr. Edwards. Looks like he needs to accept the invite to join us. Mr. Edwards, do you have that? Very good. I'll come back to Mr. Edwards in a second. Cindy Pena is now up. I'm not seeing Ms. Pena. Mr. Edwards, have you been able to engage? Very good. We'll come back to you, sir. We have now, it looks like George Dysa. Not seeing George on our line either. Mr. Edwards, have you been able to engage with the computer here? Very good. And I'm sorry, I'm going to make a bad pronunciation here. It looks like Roop Man.
I'm here. That was a perfect pronunciation.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm going to keep this short. I'm actually not from Thousand Oaks. I'll be pretty straightforward about that. I'm from Simi Valley, but I was pretty appalled at the response in regards to what happened, because I do believe it does affect us in Simi Valley, especially, you know, going over to Thousand Oaks to conduct business a lot of the time and, you know, just to promote the economy of Thousand Oaks quite constantly. And I'm a little bit appalled at some of the comments made tonight. I never thought that I would hear people advocating against holding Nazis accountable. I don't think that this is just some, you know, yahoos with a poorly made banner. I believe that this was an act of violence. And I think if you look back to history, to Nazi Germany, a lot of you know, the origins of that was also written off as just some yahoos or, you know, doing whatever, and then it turned into what it did. I'll keep this short and simple. I'm here to say one thing, and that's that the resolution on this agenda is weak. It's not enough to celebrate diversity. We need to make meaningful change and meaningfully condemn white supremacy. People of color, people in the LGBTQ plus community, and non-Christian people deserve to be safe and to feel safe. And it is your responsibility as public servants to make a firm stance against white supremacy and make it known, even though it may be known to some of you who've never experienced racism, to make it known that these people will not be welcome here, and they are not welcome to spew their hate and acts of violence in the city. There have been multiple accounts of these acts of violence by maybe people from the same group, maybe, you know, even more terrifyingly, people from different groups. But a speaker who spoke right before me said it perfectly. You were gifted a resolution from a Black-led organization who has done more than enough to offer you assistance as a council. And I believe you should take that. I also just wanted to end by saying really quickly, elected officials are public figures and public servants. Councilwoman Pena is not exempt from being specifically held accountable by her constituents. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you. Next we have up is Chase Rashid, followed by Roseanne Witt and Catherine Yee. Chase, are you there? Chase, we're not hearing you. I'll come back to you in a minute. Let's go to Roseanne Witt.
Hi, my name is Roseanne, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. The following are not my words, but time after time, and to devastating effect, history has proved them to be true. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Please act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witt. Next up I have, well, let's try Chase Rashid, if he's back again. There you are, Chase. You're muted right now. We can't hear you. Okay, hold on one second, Chase. We'll go to the next person and come back to you. I've got Catherine Yee. Catherine? She needs to accept the invite to come on. Well, while she's coming on, Catherine, you're there. Do you, are you able to come on? Then let's go to Rick Eaton first, and then we'll come back to Catherine and Chase.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am the Director of Research at the Simon Wiesenthal Center and the Museum of Tolerance, and I've spent 36 years researching extremism and hate groups and white supremacists. A number of people mentioned the 14 words tonight, but nobody said what they were. The 14 words read, "We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children." The phrase was coined by a neo-Nazi who was sentenced to 120 years in prison because he was part of a group that tried to start a race war in this country. One of the things that I do besides research these groups, and I've met many white supremacists in an undercover role up close and personal, but one of the things I do is work with former white supremacists. And there are two things that they would tell you. One is they would tell you that Thousand Oaks is exactly the type of community that they would go to and recruit in. It is the perfect place for them. The second thing that they would do, they would be the first on here telling you to pass this resolution, condemn white supremacy, and condemn hate in general. I teach hate crimes, and one of the things about hate crimes is that they not only, and hate incidents, they not only affect the individual and the family, they affect the entire community. There are communities such as Long Beach that actually send out law enforcement people to deal with those communities after an incident. And the last thing I would say to you is that is ask you to take a stand and pass this resolution, because this would go a long way to doing what you want, and that is preserving the reputation that you've worked so hard to build. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's try to go back to get Chase Rashid. Hopefully, Chase, you're unmuted. I think, Chase, you may have frozen now. So I will come back to you in just 1 second. I still have Dennis Mattock on the screen here and trying to get back to him. Chase, I don't have Dennis. Let's go back to you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I've been a resident of the city for 22 years now. And let me tell you, I've seen racism probably within the last 10 or so years. I've been called names by people in speeding cars. My mother and I, at the beginning of the pandemic, were accosted by a woman who just called us the N-word repeatedly, probably over 10 times. She was very threatening. She walked up on us. So it's here. And to pass this resolution, no, it's not going to infringe on anybody's right to free speech. It's not an attack on all white people, saying that all white people are racist. Because let me tell you, there are some black people who endorse white supremacy. Look up Candace Owens. She says some of the most vile, racist, anti-Semitic things you want to hear, and she's black. So I wanted to make that clear. Now, words matter. And for the council to pass this resolution is going to let these people know that they don't need to come here. And they won't come back if the council is firm in passing this resolution. Words matter. And when people say things like this, you never know when they may escalate into something else. They can escalate into violence. And I think we need to work with other cities and the counties. Because when I was working in merchandising, I was in a store in Ventura grocery store. I went to the bathroom. I turn around the stall. I see this huge swastika drawn on the bathroom stall. That was frightening. So what we need to do is look at this as it's anti-racism versus racism. It's not white versus black. It's not Latino versus white. it's not any of that. It's anti-racist versus racist. It's time for racism to not be tolerated anymore. I've said it before, racism is like communism, what communism was to the Warsaw Pact to the United States. We need to get rid of it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid. I believe our last speaker tonight, I think we may have missed or lost Dennis Mattock. I'll give it one more try here in a second, but Catherine, you are now up. Oh, you're here. Very good. Let me get Catherine first. I'll come right back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Catherine Shu, and I'm a youth resident born and raised in Thousand Oaks. Having grown up in Thousand Oaks my entire life, I can definitely say that I have experienced racism and microaggressions in our community. Our city, it brings me a lot of pain, but I am not surprised. It brings me pain because it makes me fear my safety as a Chinese American woman. It makes me fear me and my family being hate crimed or being yelled vulgar slurs in our streets and in our grocery stores. It brings me pain to see my Black, Jewish, Hispanic, and POC peers experiencing racism as well. However, what makes me feel most unsafe is seeing the lack of action to stand against hate and to protect our community. Beyond a resolution, it means nothing if we don't take tangible steps to be more inclusive and to commit to being anti-racist. It's not enough to just say some words or to just pass a resolution. I hope to see action. Action can be implementing actual diverse appointment processes to our commissions. It could be to stop silencing people of color and speaking up against racism in our city. It could mean to do more to train city staff in inclusivity and anti-racism. I urge you to do more to stop the harm that is being caused. It's time that we finally do something to address the hate and racism that is very much in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And now, thank you to Mr. Mattock for hanging in there. Appreciate you spending the time trying to get back on. Go ahead, please. Mr. Mattock. Hello, Dennis Mattock, you're on.
Councilmember or Mayor Engler, I think you're on mute. I think your microphone has been turned off.
Am I the only one that can't hear Bob?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at, it looks like his microphone's been muted.
My microphone is on.
Turn on your microphone.
No, it's on. For some reason, we're not getting
I
through.
think he's still talking. Bye.
I'm reaching out to Cindy. Just a moment.
If you can hear me, we're having technical difficulties. Yeah.
My microphone is on.
I'm up next. Oh, look at this.
Are you on mute?
Yeah.
Are all the mics dead here? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones, could you call for a 5-minute recess, please?
Was
Just need
this
you to-
our last speaker or were there more?
That was the last speaker, I believe. He was going to check in with, I think there may be one more that he was trying to come back to, but
There's one more, and Mayor Pro Tem Jones, you need to unmute yourself in order to get a 5-minute.
Hey, Mr. Maddock?
All right, give it a
I
try.
see that you're with us now, Dennis Maddock. Are you?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, would you please tell us what you have on your mind?
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I've listened for the last several hours. I grew up in Thousand Oaks. My parents took me to Jungle Land, believe it or not. I raised 6 kids, 3 adopted girls, 1 from Korea. I grew up with Hispanics and a few Black kids. And I'm totally against this resolution. It doesn't make any sense. I believe all the people that are in favor of it, as I've listened for the last 3 or 4 hours, is frankly a group of people that have been primed to come on this, to push this against the city council of Thousand Oaks. I also see that Claudia is running for Board of Supervisors. This is nothing more than a feather in her hat. So that's all I have to say. It's a late hour, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm back on now. We had a technical difficulty here at the dais. So I'm glad that we're back in one piece here. I do not think we have any other speakers, and thank you again to all our speakers tonight for sharing your thoughts and bringing it to us for our deliberations. With that, I think I will open it to any discussion amongst our council members.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Belda La Pena.
I didn't raise my hand, but I just wanted to say that what we heard tonight is what I was warned would happen, and I fully expected it to happen. There were some terrible things said and some good things said. And who in their right mind really would want to turn themselves into a human piñata, knowing that I would catch a lot of flack just to be accused of using this as a political football for higher office? That in itself is such an insult. So I just wanted to say that. The other thing that I wanted to say is that procedurally last year, last year, and I have said that in the paper as well, there has been resistance to address this. And the latest incident, I had no control over that. It happened when it happened, but that this latest incident was something that I felt very strongly about, only because we had not acted last year. And I wanted to bring something forward, but I didn't have any support. And so I had to go to that particular municipal code and policy that allows a council member to put it on the agenda. Getting this on the agenda as a launching pad and to start the discussion was very difficult. It wasn't easy. So just wanted to clarify that. And I hope that with what we heard tonight, it has become crystal clear that we actually have to do more. We have to listen to the residents. We have to have a community liaison, have the roundtable, start the discussion, and build from there. Whether that is something that needs to be put on the next agenda for next month, or whether that's something we can do tonight, I will ask the city attorney to address that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Belda La Pena. It's coming up on 11 o'clock, so I will need a move.
I'll move it extend past 11 o'clock.
Do I have consensus from everybody to move past 11? No one's saying aye, but they're all nodding their head, so I assume so. Very good. Councilmember McNamee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to be very clear to all that are viewing is that I think I could speak for my fellow council members, but if I'm misspeaking, please correct me. That I don't accept or tolerate racism, bigotry, or white supremacy. I condemn it. I'll let the other council members speak for themselves. But again, the challenge here is that it's under freedom of speech. As much as I deplore it, they have the freedom of speech to say so. When I walk through this community for the last 25 years, when I go into a library and I see children, teenagers, adults, seniors of all different races in the library, some tutoring, some teaching others to read, using the library, I'm proud about this city. When I go to our schools and visit the classrooms or watch the children playing on the playground, all of different races, backgrounds, I'm proud of my city. When I work at the free clinic and I see the teenagers and college students working with people of color, those are the underserved in our community, I'm proud of my city. When I go to the grocery stores, the shops, the malls, and I see people of all different backgrounds shopping and common courtesies being extended through the day, I'm proud of my city. A resolution like this will not change the hearts and minds of white supremacists or bigots or racists. Even if you enacted this last year, it would not have changed what occurred a few days ago on the freeway overpass with the signs. I don't think outside groups are going to be discouraged by this resolution, that they're going to read it and suddenly say, oh, don't go to Thousand Oaks. I don't even know if they read. But it's one where this resolution is a feel-good for the people of Thousand Oaks to accept already a position that the council has that we do not accept. We do not tolerate racism, bigotry, or white supremacy. I don't see a resolution preventing hate speech. That's because you can't change the hearts and minds of those who are racists, bigots, white supremacists with the resolution. And any statement we make just makes us feel good, but doesn't change them. My challenge here is that this is not a well-written resolution. It has not gone through the process. It has not seen legal review. The city procedures need to be done. I need to protect the city from its legal review to make certain that we're not at risk. It's a knee-jerk reaction to what terrible thing happened last week. I want it done right. I want to protect the city. We had some speakers, Robert, who said he wants us to take action. And I asked my question in my mind's eye is, what action? We make a resolution. We have a committee to do what? How is that going to change the hearts and minds of racists, bigots, white supremacists? It's not. I listened to a woman who immigrated here from Mexico who's married to a Japanese husband, Lorena, and she says this is all creating division. Here we are creating division. I listened to Joelle, who points out that with a couple posters, the white supremacists got great press time out of this, has us consuming time on city business. We are the best recruiting tool for them. And as Karen Myers said, that if we just ignore it, we take their power away. They're not welcomed in our city. They know that. No matter where they go in any city, they will not be welcomed. But by drawing attention to them by this discussion, doing a resolution, putting it in the newspaper, out on social media, you're giving them power. Take their power away. Don't even talk about it. Ignore it. When they break the law, the police will arrest it. Our people need to be vigilant. And if we see things that are people that white supremacists breaking the law, call the police, have them arrested. Ignore them, and we will take their power away. The kind of acts that we saw, yes, there's some racists within our community. There are some white supremacists within our community. But in total, I don't see Thousand Oaks as being a racist community. Address the issue, in my opinion, the action that needs to be taken is to work with the parents and the children through education, on this playground, on the athletic field, to be accepting of people that are different than them. That's where we start, is with our children, the parents who teach our children, our teachers, our coaches. Be a role model. That's where we need to change. I am not going to try to change a white supremacist who's all grown up and fixed in this. Resolution is just going to make us all feel good. Now, I could support this resolution if it was better written, has been through legal review to protect the city. But it hasn't gone. It's a knee-jerk reaction. And until that's happened, I'm going to abstain from any vote on this, because if I vote yes, I'm putting the city at risk. If I vote no, it'll appear as though I'm a racist. And that's not what I am. And if anyone who knows me and the work I do in the community with people of color will know that I am not a racist. Accept people for the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McNamee. I think next up we had Councilmember Jones was the next up, I believe.
Yeah, I wonder if someone would read the resolution to me. I don't have a copy in front of me. I'd like to hear it before we vote. If somebody has it
Yes,
handy.
I have it, Mr. Jones. So this resolution was actually Wednesday at 11:30 last Wednesday when I had my meeting with staff. It was reviewed by the city attorney's office and changes were made accordingly. I just need to repeat that again. So the resolution says, whereas the city of Thousand Oaks is home to a broadly diverse community ranging from a thriving biotech industry to hundreds of nonprofits and service organizations, to California Lutheran University, which happens to be a Hispanic serving institution. And whereas the city of Thousand Oaks has always been one of the nation's safest communities, and whereas on the 12th day of February 2022, a demonstration on a freeway overpass advocating white supremacy occurred within the city of Thousand Oaks, and whereas such sentiments, including anti-Semitism, are counter to our American constitutional system of equality for all people, and whereas this falls squarely within a long and shameful history of intimidation and violence against people of color, and whereas such intimidation threatens people of color, and a threat to one person of color is a threat to all people who value the foundation of our country and the social fabric that makes our community great. And whereas city leaders must acknowledge that all people, regardless of color, religion, race, gender, or sexual orientation, are valued and equal members of society, as well as contributors to our economy. And whereas the city denounces in the strongest terms any and all movements or events which threaten members of our diverse community, and whereas the city respects and supports the First Amendment rights of all people and will protect the rights of all to peaceably speak and assemble. The city will also vigorously protect the rights, equality, and safety of all. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Thousand Oaks does resolve as follows. Number 1, condemns all acts of white supremacy and any actions which promote fear or hate within our community. Number 2, continues to be guided by its number 1 goal to create a more equitable, accessible, safe, welcoming, and inclusive government and community regardless of race, color, ethnicity, religion, sex, physical or mental ability, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, age, language, education, and or socioeconomic status. And 3, intends to provide, as part of its general plan updates, social justice and environmental element and arts and culture element, vehicles designed to promote greater understanding and celebration of diversity and cultures within our community. And I will add to that we decide and put on the agenda for next month the formation of a roundtable with a community liaison so we can start to address this issue. So that's what it says.
Well, I agree with the sentiment here. I tend to think it's awfully wordy, and
yeah, well,
there's everything in it but the kitchen sink, it seems like. I mean, I don't mean to be hypercritical because I support your feelings, Claudia, and I felt like crying when I saw that thing on the freeway bridge, that we would have something like that in Thousand Oaks. I think we all agree we want to combat it. I just wonder, and you know, if we can't do anything to like rewrite that a little bit, I will support it, but I would be more comfortable if we could put that resolution back on the drawing board and focus it a little bit. I think it's really cumbersome the way it is, and I know that it's comes straight from your heart, and you want to put in everything, and I agree with you 100%. But
so what would you add, Mr. Jones? What would you, this was not, I mean, I had input from other groups. So what would you add to this resolution?
Well, my general, feeling is, and as someone who's been an English teacher for many years, along with other political science and so forth, I just think that could get to the point and be more focused and do the job better if there's some time to do a little rewrite on it. As I say, if the majority disagrees with that and is ready to approve it tonight, I'll vote for it. But I would feel better if it were written a little better.
So you think it needs some wordsmithing, or do you think we need?
Yeah, no, I think the intent is fine and the points you cover are fine. I think it's a little cumbersome the way it's worded. I don't mean to be like I'm a perfect writer, but I think I could improve that a little.
Okay, what about?
Let's move on. Councilman Adam had his hands up a while ago, so let's listen to Councilman Adam for a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the resolution is presented to us as is. I don't think this is the forum to rewrite it at this point. The sentiments are denouncing hate, denouncing racism. I completely agree with that. Who wouldn't? Does it solve hate and racism? Is it going to change people's perceptions and minds? Is it going to make a hater stop hating? No, I don't think so. I think that there are things that the council can do to further that goal, and those things are support the people that are targets of this, to show some solidarity with them, to create equal opportunity here in the city of Thousand Oaks. And I'm no stranger to a lack of equal opportunity. I lived in Camden, New Jersey for 4 years while I went to college, okay? The poorest city in the country, 35% unemployment, crime. It was a devastated city because there was lack of opportunity. And we as a council, that's our obligation, to try to create opportunity for people. And I think our number one goal that we voted 5-0 on does just that. Notice how it starts with a verb, create. Create a more equitable, safe, welcoming, inclusive government and community. It's an actionable goal. Whereas the resolution is words. But I'm not sure there's action in this resolution. But we are pursuing these actions. We've had a community forum about diversity, equity, inclusion. We've talked about it at our GPAC meetings. Our staff is being trained in DEI. We're translating our meetings in Spanish. We've started Project Room Key, which is going to help many disadvantaged members of our community. Safe Passages here in the city. Adelante Comunidad is operating in the city. I mean, we are making progress in this area. So, a lot of the speakers said, I'm looking for action, and I think we are providing action. We are administrating in the furtherance of this goal. Believe me, it's on the mind of everybody who works for this city every day. Everything we do, we consider diversity, equity, and inclusion in all our decisions and all our council actions. And so does the staff, believe me. I know, I talk to them. So what's the best way to fight hate? I really think it's equal opportunity. I really think it's equal opportunity. And the city council members, we have that opportunity. We have it in housing. We have it in jobs. It's just unfortunate over the last 20 years that we've had this anti-growth faction in the city that has fought us on housing. And where have we ended up? A lack of housing, and it's overpriced. And we've shut people out of the city. We've shut them out. I don't know how many times I've talked about an economic wall around the city, and that's exactly what exists. Trying to create a path to prosperity and beat back these notions that we're going to be the San Fernando Valley and we're going to be Santa Monica. It's so unproductive. Housing and jobs, equal opportunity. That's how to fight hate. Build up the people that are subjected to this kind of thing. You know, just that's what we can do as a city council. I really believe that, you know, and I when we have our priority session in April, I'd like to revisit this whole thing and revisit our number one goal. Perhaps we can augment it. You know, can we thread the needle between hate speech without trampling on First Amendment rights? Is there some kind of suitable language that would strengthen public safety protections without crossing the line of free speech? I'm not sure, but it's certainly worth talking about, and that's the perfect forum to do it. Because hate speech, it impacts our ability to address the root cause of social problems of racism. And I want to tell all the residents, you know, we need to keep track of these kind of incidents. If you have an incident of hate speech, report it to the city. There's a phone number you can call, 805-654-9511. 805-654-9511. When you come across racism or hate speech, we need to track it. We need to keep track of what's going on in this particular area. So again, you know, we can't change people's minds, but we can certainly support the people that are targets of this. And I can support the motion because I think it's relatively benign, actually. You know, it really just treats a symptom. It doesn't address the underlying problem, and that's what we're trying to do every day. So, yeah, maybe it needs to be wordsmithed a little bit, but I'm not in the position to start doing that tonight. And I think, Claudia, you're asking for a lot here. If you expect us to go into another agenda item about whatever you said beyond this resolution, frankly, you had asked us to consider further actionable steps. Maybe that's something we should consider down the road, but I think what's in front of us tonight is your resolution, is it not?
It is, but it is only the first step in the direction where we would have more dialogue.
I grant you that, but you know, like I said, we've been through a lot tonight. Why don't I would prefer we just settle on the resolution you put in front of us for now.
And so I wanted to ask the city attorney about the consideration with the community liaison meeting with stakeholders for a roundtable. Does that need a formal agenda item, or can that start now?
So Councilmember Bello-Pena, let me just offer, you know, we've had over the course of the last year since council's action, taken a number of steps, admittedly many of them small, but nonetheless impactful. We have someone in our office, Melissa Hurtado, that is just returning from a stint at the library, and she serves in the role of chief of staff, and she's had lots of dialogue over the course of the last year, some in one-on-one settings and other in larger group settings. What I can, and perhaps this will help council to offer you tonight, since we're very close to the goal setting session, when I hear council having a desire to have further discussion about their number one goal, is we can engage in dialogue with the various groups to continue that dialogue we started last year during those listening sessions, and have that as a jumping off point to provide council with some additional information as you continue to move forward on determining how you're going to contemplate future priorities and goals as we move forward. So Ms. Hurtado has been part of the meeting tonight and has lots of information from those speakers and those groups, and is very familiar with a lot of folks, and she can make some of that proactive outreach in advance to you. Since that's not agendized tonight, that's one of the things that I wanted to offer.
If I can jump in, because I do enjoy listening to everybody speak. I tend not to speak until I feel like it's time to try to bring some things together here. I think the feeling across the board here is that none of us have any regard for what has occurred, and we all understand that there is some bad actions that happen in our town. This is a regrettable thing, and we all recognize that our town is not perfect, and we want to be able to make that town better. In terms of our action tonight, I think it's a case point of how we could maybe do things better in the future. We have a resolution before us tonight that one member wants to wordsmith, another member wonders whether or not it is legally a wise move. The resolution has been attacked as not strong enough or too strong or unnecessary. I think this is a result of one person bringing it forward. I think we work better as a group, and I would encourage us to pass this resolution tonight, because I think to not pass this resolution tonight, and I hope I can get a 5-0 vote on it, because to not pass this resolution tonight sends a message, and I'm afraid it's going to be the wrong message. Will it change minds of people we're trying to change minds of people who have already made up their mind? No, it won't. But what it will do is send a message to those people in our community who, as I said earlier today in my opening statement, came to me and said, I don't feel like I belong anymore in this community because I witnessed that. I'm hoping we can get a 5-0 vote tonight on this, because it is the right thing to do. This resolution is badly flawed, in my opinion. It is not the tactic that I would have preferred we use. And I did not support bringing it forward to us tonight. I feel that we need to make this statement. I did not feel this was the right tactic. So I would urge my colleagues to vote for this tonight so that we can have a united front against something that is really, as one of our speakers said today, is a no-brainer. None of us support in any way, shape, or form this notion of white supremacy. None of us do, and that's what we're addressing with the resolution. But I would urge us as we go forward that we meet as a team and be able to work on these things together rather than have one person bring it to our attention. And as a result, we have this imperfect item that we're looking at. And that's I would like us to go back to a more of our normal order and work through these ideas and bring them in whole cloth to our council so we can have a united front all together. With that said, I would love us to pass this tonight. It's a resolution that is we all agree with. So I would entertain a motion to pass it. Go ahead, Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate your sentiments, Bob. It's very well put. And I will move that we pass the resolution. I share some of your concerns about it. And going forward, with all the decisions this council has to make for the rest of this year on things like housing and jobs that create an equal opportunity, a level playing field for people. Think about that on the next vote when it comes to Kmart property. Think about that when it comes on the next vote when it comes to something like 299. Think about that when housing is in front of you. That can open up the city and give some people an opportunity. These are the people we need to support. These haters aren't going to change. We can ignore them, but let's work with the people that need our support. So yes, I move we pass the resolution.
Thank you. I agree. And I wanted to say something too. There's several people who spoke, and I tried to get them back to talk to us as a council. Two of our members were the target of that. Councilmember McNamee was accused of some things that I know that he's not. And more importantly, I know that Ms. Bilda La Pena is coming from a position of sincerity on this item. And I want everyone out there to know that these people on the dais are people of character. And we know that we're not perfect. We know that we make mistakes, but we are people of character. Thank you, Councilman Adam. Any other comments, please?
Yes, Mayor Engler, I appreciate your statement very much. And it was important to get the discussion going, and I was hoping that this resolution, which had passed through several revisions, would be a launching pad to doing something in addition to what Mr. Adam already stated regarding housing, but to really start a dialogue, communication that is so important for our BIPOC residents to actually feel safe and welcome. Sometimes you have to state the obvious, sometimes you have to do the obvious. And so it is vitally important that we not only pass this tonight, but that we, when we have our goal setting session, we start that communication with a roundtable. I have to emphasize that. And that will be very helpful. And there are residents who are eager to help, eager to pitch in, and I think we should take advantage of that. But again, thank you very much for your comments. And yes, if it will be approved unanimously, that would be fantastic. But I'm not sure whether it will. Thank you.
Thank you. And from my perspective, a roundtable is one idea that it may have merit. There are other ideas that we may be able to come up with together that would be a better idea than that. So I urge us all to keep our minds open as we approach this difficult subject. Madam Mayor, or Madam, sorry, Claudia, I'm looking at our clerk, calling her the mayor. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bilda La Pena?
Yes.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember McNamee?
Abstain.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Engler?
Yes.
And that motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember McNamee abstaining.
Okay, we have a couple more comments now from our city manager with moving forward down our year here.
Thank you so much, Mayor Engler. I'll make it brief. Our next meeting that was on schedule is for the 15th of March. That meeting will be canceled. Mayor Engler will be, not only do we have no formal agenda items for that night, but Mayor Engler will be doing some very important work for us in Washington, D.C. As part of our annual lobbying trip. And in particular this year takes on added importance with the infrastructure bill looming. And we'll be there with Amina Leyva, Legislative Affairs Manager, advocating on behalf of our community on a variety of issues. So no meeting on the 15th. Our next regular meeting will be on the 29th of March. Currently, we have a series of items there. We have most notably, we have a potential amended pre-screen for the Nazar Beacon property, which is the property at Hodenkamp and Thousand Oaks Boulevard that looks to be taking shape for that evening. Council will remember that you advanced a pre-screen with Mill Creek as an applicant. That did not end up moving forward through that process, and so the applicant is, the property owner has moved forward with an amendment requesting a re-pre-screen. and that is Mr. Nazarbekian. So is currently slated for that night. I also wanted to put on right earlier, we're going to have that evening a couple of initiations, one for columbarium use and a couple of other items that are still taking shape. But that's for the meeting of the 29th of March, and pleased to report that we will be back in person for that meeting in Chambers on the 29th of March, and looking forward to seeing everybody in person. That's it for now.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And tonight we don't have anybody to really adjourn the meeting to, so I just want to leave everybody with the thought, yesterday was President's Day. I'm a traditionalist. It was initially about our George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. As I look back upon their time, Abraham Lincoln, who owned slaves, George Washington, who owned slaves, was not a perfect person. And Abraham Lincoln himself, who freed the slaves, was not a perfect person. But both together, we are moving our union forward. And that's, to me, the purpose of President's Day, to see the steps we made to become a more perfect union. And we still have some ways to go. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting.